Hello, test, test, one, two, three.
Good morning, everybody. This is case number 9353, our annual reliability briefings, and some other business we will conduct today. We'll start out by taking appearances of council. We'll start with staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Dean on behalf of staff, and I also have Catherine Moriarty here.
Mr. Hoover.
Mr. Chairman, Frederick H. Hoover on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel.
We've heard of the Office of People's Counsel. Utilities.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beverly Ann Sikora from Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. I also have Mike Butts with me. He is the Director of Engineering and Standards.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jeffrey Trout, Potomac Edison.
Good morning, Commissioners. Doug Mike Heel on behalf of Delmarva Power and Light Company and Potomac Electric Power Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark McDougall on behalf of the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
I will note we have Ms. Brennan from Montgomery County who is present in the building and monitoring from a remote location. So her appearance is considered entered. Other parties? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed. We'll go ahead and turn it over to our Chief Engineer, Mr. Borkowski, and staff.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. With me today, I have the engineers who worked on staff's report, Samarit Durreri, Roger Austin, and Chris Lowe. I'd also like to recognize Latangia Bunch and DeAndre Wilson, who also worked on the report but are unable to be here today. I especially want to recognize Latangia because she's a new engineer in staff's engineering division. And for professional development every year, we typically assign this report to the new engineer because that's sort of like throwing them into the pool and making them swim. And Latangia did a great job coordinating this. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here today, and she also contributed to several sections in the report. But notwithstanding, Samri is glad to pass the baton along and did a lot of coaching there. And I would say this year was a rather uneventful year from the perspective of reliability compliance, so hopefully we'll have a brief presentation today. And I'll just turn it over to Samri.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, Commissioners. Samri Durreri on behalf of staff. I will start my presentation today by providing a brief overview of the electric company's reliability performances for 2021, and then talk a little bit more about the reliability matrices, the multiple device activation standard, and then staff's review of BGE's underground fault detector program. And then I'll hand it over to Mr. Austin. So this chart provides a summary of the 2021 reliability performances of 5 Maryland electric companies that are subject to the COMAR reliability requirements. You will see in the first column the list of electric companies, and then the COMAR reliability report standards are shown on the top row. So as shown in the footnote, the green color represents compliance, and then the red shed shows non-compliance with the standards. And as you can see, only Pepco failed to meet the multiple device activation standards, but all other utilities met with the reliability requirements. I would like to note that there were no major outage events in 2021, and that's why we have a non-applicable kind of note on the 5th column where it says service restoration after a major outage event standard. I will discuss Pepco's MDA standard in the failure in a little bit, but first I would like to provide a little bit of kind of summary of the electric company's performance in regards to the reliability matrices. Next slide, please. So as you can see from this chart, all electric companies met with the service, the reliability matrices listed in COMAR. SAFE stands for System Average Interruption Frequency Index, and also SAIDI stands for System Average Interruption Duration Index. So I'd like to note that we do not have KD targets in COMAR, so that's what this slide shows. Next slide, please. So just to provide kind of a context as to like what those numbers represent, we tried to provide kind of a trend analysis from previous years. So you can see here how the companies performed over the past 8 years. And as you can see, all electric companies performed better than they did in the 2020 reporting period, except for Smackos, which the company attributed to localized weather events. But in general, the trend shows that for most of the utilities, the performance has been improving. Next slide. So we did the same thing for SAIDI as we did for SAFE, and similar results here. You can see that except for Smackos, which has a relatively declining performance compared to 2020, all other companies performed better in 2021 versus what they did in 2020. Next slide, please. So this slide discusses the multiple activation standard. In the 2021 reporting year, all electric companies, except for Delmarva, reported devices that activated 5 or more times. COMAR states that no device shall experience 5 or more activations during either of the 2 subsequent 12-month reporting period, after allowing one 12-month reporting period to allow implementation of remediation measures. So what that means is that for the 2021 reporting period, companies would be out of compliance if they reported repeat multiple device activations from either 2018 or 2019. So as I indicated earlier, Pepco failed the multiple device activation standard in 2021, and that is because a fuse that activated 5 or more times in 2021 was a repeat from 2019. And as required by COMAR, Pepco submitted a corrective action plan, or a CAP, in which Pepco stated that both activations that occurred in 2019 and 2021 were caused by an underground cable failure. However, according to the company, it was not able to implement the corrective action plans or the remediation measures in 2020 as required by COMAR because of permitting and contractor performance issues. Pepco, however, completed the required remediation measures in the first quarter of 2021 and reported that no activations have been recorded ever since.
Can I explore that a little bit?
Yes.
So, and I would encourage my colleagues to jump in with questions at any time, but they say it was contractor performance and permitting issues. Can you flesh that out a little bit for me? Do we know more about that?
I can speak a little bit about the permitting issue, but I would defer to the company for the contractor performance issues. So I get we asked the company about the permitting issues, and it looks like they couldn't really secure a permit from Montgomery County that they needed to construct and implement the remediation measures.
So that was in 2020. Was it pandemic related, do you think?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, maybe we'll ask Ms. Brennan when she comes in too, and we'll ask the company when they come up. And do we know if there was a management component of the contractor performance issue?
What do you mean?
Well, in other words, if you have early indications of that your contractor is not performing well, the company personnel responsible for managing that contractor could have potentially intervened early enough to fix it. So I'm not, Maybe we'll ask the company to explain the contractor performance issue. Okay,
Sounds good.
thank
Thank you. So next slide. Yep. So in this slide, we talk about BGE's underground fault detector program, which the commission ordered in number 89678, issued in connection with case number 9645, BGE's multi-year rate plan, in which it stated that the cost recovery of the underground fault detector program should occur, including a full deployment of the program, should occur after demonstration in case number 9353, which is this case, that there will be no risk to full deployment of the program, and that demonstration that the reliability benefits will be achieved. So staff followed up with the company and in discovery responses, and BGE stated thus far it was able to deploy about 427 sensors out of the 600 planned, and most of them occurred in 2021. And PGE also stated that they didn't really identify any risk to the system associated with implementation of the program. However, company stated that didn't really have sufficient time to quantify the benefits that they hoped to demonstrate, because they needed to develop new tools and collect relevant data. They said they would need more time to be able to do that. So with that, I will end my presentation and hand it over to Mr. Austin, but happy to take any questions.
Do we know when the company may be able to assess the quantification of the program benefits for the fault detection system?
Right. So they say, and the company could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they would need about 2 years, if I remember correctly from the responses, to be able to collect sufficient data to demonstrate benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners.
May I just want to ask one question. So does that mean that the requirements in the order have not been met because they were not able to quantify the program benefits?
No, I think the requirement is for the company to demonstrate that in 9353. We will continue to monitor that. That's our plan, but I will let Mr. Burkowski talk about it a little later.
No. Yeah, I think they're fully meeting the requirement at this point, but you know, we are on the hook to evaluate it associated with that case.
Mr. Olson.
So the COMAR regulations do not stipulate any resiliency metrics that the utilities are required to provide and or meet. However, it is still possible to extract some information about the resiliency of the various electric distribution systems from the reliability metrics provided. In a session of the June 2021 meeting of the Performance-Based Regulation State Working Group facilitated by NERUC and moderated by our own Commissioner Richard, a new metric was proposed for measuring resiliency, SAIDI-MED. Resilience is primarily a matter of outage duration during extraordinary conditions, such as the conditions that trigger major event days. And so SAIDI-MED is the SAIDI that a system experiences during major event days, and therefore can be a useful measure of the system's resiliency. SAIDI-MED represents the total time customers on average did not have service during major event days in any given year. The lower a utility's SAIDI-MED, the more resilient is its electrical distribution system to the major events that affected it during a given time period. So SAIDI-MED can be derived from the data that the utilities provided to us in Section 1 of their annual reliability reports. And the slide on this chart shows the SAIDI-MED of each of the 5 utilities for each of the 5 years, 2017 through 2021. and also the mean SAIDI med of all 5 utilities for those 5 years. The next slide shows the SAIDI med of each of the 5 utilities as a percentage of the mean for each of the 5 years, 2017 through 2021. And the far right column shows each utility's 5-year average SAIDI med as a percentage of the mean statewide 2017 through 2021 SAIDI med. The way we color-coded it here, a SAIDI med percentage below 100% is coded as green. Percentage between 8 and 20% is coded as yellow, and where the percentage of the mean is above 120%, it is coded as red. Using only this SAIDI med metric, we can see that Pepco was by far the most resilient electric utility in Maryland, while Delmarva also performed better than average. BGE and PE performed slightly below average. Smackos performed worse than average. And while more investigation is needed into the value of this new metric, on the surface, these initial results would seem to indicate that there is less need for resilience programs in Pepco and more need for resilience programs in Smackos. But staff makes no conclusions regarding the need for resilience programs at Delmarva, BGE, and PE, absent more data and perhaps industry benchmarking of this new metric.
Just to be clear, we haven't tasked the utilities with standards in the COMARS
No.
to perform to a certain level or a certain metric, right? I just want to make that very clear. I understand it, but it's kind of hard to hold someone to a standard that we really haven't tasked them with across the board.
Correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Austin, I note that the SAIDI med metric was established fairly recently. The utilities still were able to produce data going back to 2017.
Yes.
Were they tracking it earlier than that, or is this something that they just started collecting in 2017?
No, this SAIDI data was being collected all the time, but the SAIDI med was just recently proposed as a metric that could determine how a utility performed during major events. So, you know.
So I note on your first chart on page 8, we have a couple of utilities where they were unable to produce the data. Has obtaining the information been a challenge or an issue at all? Or is it just that the company does not have it?
Oh, where you see 0, that means there were either no major events that year, or there were there were no outages during major events.
Yeah, let me plug in. I'd like to just add to that. When you're looking at major event days, you know, all this reliability planning is basically statistically based, and in theory, I know it always doesn't work out in practice, but in theory, a utility should have about 3 major event days per year based on the 2.5 beta analysis that was originally performed, you know, when they developed the IEEE standard. So some years utilities don't have any, and that's what I think you see reflected by the zeros on this chart. They've been collecting the data. It's just that during those particular years they had no major event days. But on average, you would expect about 3 a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we? Okay, well, as I had indicated in the beginning, from a compliance perspective, it was a relatively uneventful year. We only had one failure, as Samri explained. And this is the best, actually I should take this off. I'm going on a trip next month. I do not want COVID, but in any case, we only had one failure this year. And when we look back last year, we had 3 failures. When we look back 2019, we had 4 failures and 3 failures in 2018. And I don't even want to go back before 2017 because we were getting multiple failures a year, primarily due to the poorest performing feeder standard, which we subsequently changed because we were getting, too many failures, I would say. So we wanted to make that an improved standard. But, one failure, that's the best year we've had. And I don't really have much to add in the conclusions because I think we've discussed all of it. I will say there is one item on this slide which we did not address, and that's the corrective action plans, the effectiveness of the plans from last year. And we had 3 failures last year. BG had a multiple device activation with an Ellicott City feeder for which they performed undergrounding, and basically they've had no outages since they performed the undergrounding, so we concluded it's effective. And then Potomac Edison had a little Orleans feeder, which they actually met with us and we reviewed their plans, and we agreed that it looked like an effective plan, and it's proved to be effective. They did a lot of undergrounding to remove a lot of the tree outages in a very rough terrain in western Maryland. So we concluded that that's effective. And then Smackos had some missed inspections for which they subsequent to last year's hearing, filed a corrective action plan, and our staff engineer who performs the inspections of electric utilities, DeAndre Wilson, went in and verified that they completed the inspections per the cap. So nothing to see here. Everything should be closed out from last year. And I do also want to make one more point with regards to the Sadie Med. I want to be clear that this is just a tracking metric at this point. I think it's way too early to make, conclusive, observations about this. I really would feel a lot more comfortable if the industry adopted this as a metric. We're providing it for information. We're going to monitor it, but I just want to say that, it was interesting, that NARUC, had this meeting where, this was proposed, so we just decided to start tracking it. That's all we're doing here. And with that, on the last slide, slide 11, we're just recommending that the Commission approve the annual reliability reports from the utilities. There were some revisions, and we got all the mail logs listed, but and also to approve Pepco's MDA cap and do not issue a penalty. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Very good. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Just maybe a question for you, more of an asking for your opinion. First of all, this is extremely impressive to me that we monitor these and the utilities provide us all this information. I mean, what gets measured gets improved, and so I think the point you're making really proved that. But, there's also kind of a little saying that, if something happens in 3 years, it can be a trend, but prior to that, maybe, kind of don't assume it consider it a trend. So can you just give your opinion on this has been a good year? What do you attribute that to? And going forward, are the metrics good enough? Or, is this something that we just need to step back and, kind of get a couple more years under our belt to see, kind of if we have the right metrics and see if the trends improve? Just asking your opinion.
Commissioner Bubar, thank you for that question. I guess from a performance perspective, it was a great year. I think that's a tribute to the utilities and their programs. But I also don't want to give them too much credit because I do think we had a relatively mild storm year. We might be in here next year, because we've already had a couple big storms, we might be in here next year singing a different tune. But in any case, from a performance perspective, it was a good year. Your second question is really probably the subject of our next presentation this afternoon, because we are recommending some new metrics and new COMAR standards. We do think that, and I appreciate the utilities working with us, because there are some things that are outdated. There are some things that we've learned new, and I'd like to defer answering your question more fully until we get to that presentation.
Thank you, and thank you for recognizing Latanja. I appreciate, just getting to know her, but thank you, Sam, for giving the presentation. Great job.
So just two clarification questions for me. I also concur with Commissioner Bubar. This is a very comprehensive report. I was looking at page 22 in the, this would be the appendix of your slide deck, and there's on that particular slide you have the outage causes by type. So I just wanted you to clarify for me and the record. I understand what a planned outage is, but an unplanned planned outage. So I'm assuming that's something that happens after a storm. But,
I'm going to turn that over to Chris Lowe, who did that analysis, but I think we've had this issue before. So,
Okay, good morning, Commissioner. Christopher Lowe with staff. Basically, unplanned planned outage is the system maintenance related to outages that are performed by electric company or its contractors when the less than 24 hours notice before the outages. That's the general definition, and some other utility might have a slightly different definition, so maybe the other utility can explain it further.
okay. All right, I may ask one of them.
It does appear to be a little oxymoronic in terms of. But
Well, I saw that happens in life all the time. Something's planned and unplanned at the same time. All right, well, I may raise that with one of them later. My other question was on page 27 for, this would be column 7, the total system trimmed since start of cycle. For Delmarva, we have 103%. So I understand that's a trim cycle for that. In this particular chart, this is 404, so it should be 100%, but we're at 103. So I'm assuming has the system expanded? Did they get a little more area than they started that with, or did they just start over into the new cycle?
Thank you for the question. We probably should clarify that on our slide, but to me, what that means is that they actually did a little bit more trimming than was required by that cycle, and that is typical for a utility. I mean, you have mileage targets, but you also have crews out there, and to the extent that you have crew availability, you might take a little bit of advance trimming on next year's cycle.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you to staff for your presentation. Very well received and appreciated. And we know you spend a lot of time monitoring utilities. Thank you for your efforts. Appreciate it. We'll next go to the utility presentation. We're about right on track. May I ask the Executive Secretary to come down a little bit if possible? Is that better? Excuse me. Sorry, I turned my mic off. We'll go to the utility presentations now. So we'll go with the Exelon Corporation companies first, and then we'll switch the panels out, and we'll go to Potomac Edison and Smackos. So if the PHI companies and BG&E can come up for their presentations. While you're coming up, let me just thank the utilities for the work they continue to do in the reliability sphere. I was in the legislature in the dark days of reliability and the standards that were forced by the legislative leadership and the legislature itself with regard to reliability. And there was a lot of gnashing of teeth back in those days, but I can tell you that across the state, we're not perfect, but we've certainly gotten better. And I attribute that to this effort with regard to RM 43 and these proceedings and your efforts. So thank you all. Who's first? Mr. Michael?
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. Doug Michael here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power. First of all, I would like to thank the staff and the staff engineers for their very comprehensive report and working with us and keeping us on our toes and making sure that we're crossing every T and dotting every I. As you know, Delmarva Power met each and every one of the standards. Unfortunately, the only red box up there was for a multiple device operation in Pepco, and I know, Commissioner O'Donnell, you had some questions. I would just like to let Montgomery County off the hook. The issue is with the city of Rockville on our cap plan. I'm going to let Mr. Stewart speak to it a little bit more, but what happened there was the cable was going through a park in the city of Rockville, and the city of Rockville denied us a permit because they didn't want us to dig up the park to make the change, and so we had to reroute it, and that's discussed in our corrective action plan. I'll turn it over to Mr. Stewart at that point. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have on any issues. I also have Dan Guy here, and he would take any questions related to Delmarva Power.
Good morning, Commissioners. And I'll just give you a little bit of breakdown. I have a copy of the cap plan. I've kind of marked it up a little bit, but I did want to show there is a design map in here that you can see that green box that represents the park. And so we had to kind of work around that park. The timeline for that was initially, I believe in 2019, when we received the fact that we had the multiple operations, we created the corrective action plan, we created the design, we submitted the design, I believe it was in August of 2019, and then the city of Rockville kicked it back and asked us to redesign it. So we redesigned and resubmitted that in December of 2019, and it was approved. We did select a contractor in April of 2020. And then we did have some performance issues with that contractor. Our project management team had been working with them, but in the third quarter of 2020, we removed them from the project. They were actually removed from our vendor list as well. So we had to go out for rebid on that project. This was during the pandemic, and we got another contractor on board, and they started the work in February of 2021. And completed that in April, I believe, of 2021. So if the original work would have been on schedule, we would have made the deadline of October of 2020, but it's just a result of the performance issues, the time associated with making that contractor change that delayed the overall project, as noted in the corrective action plan.
So let me ask you about that. So the contractor was brought on board in April. Putative deadline for finishing the work was October, but you didn't get rid of the contractor till October, until it was too late.
Till August. It was
But it was effectively too late. So I'll harken back to my previous question of staff. It wasn't really fair to ask them. Could management oversight have compensated for that earlier with the contractor?
I think we were working with them, and removing them from the project was the last resort. So I think up until the very end, we felt like that contractor could complete that work. And I don't know the actual details of that, but we can probably get more specific information on that. But I do think that the project management team was engaged with them. As noted by the fact that, from bringing the new contractor on in February and completing the work in April, I think that the timeline looked like it was going to be achievable.
in August, when you got rid of the contractor, did you notify the commission that you probably weren't going to meet your COMAR requirement?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. I think that's significant because we need to be kept abreast. If you're not going to meet COMAR requirements, our utilities have an obligation to, as a minimum,
Yes, sir.
notify us. We take it very seriously. So.
And as part of the corrective action plan, teams did a little bit of lessons learned on this and implementation that they made as any of these potential COMAR projects are going to go into our corrective action database, which automatically sets timing and triggers and reminders. And once it's in there, the system's going to let you know when you have upcoming dates and those conflicts. And so we're going to know if we have another one of those issues, it's not going to slip.
Very good.
I had similar questions, so thank you for asking them.
Okay. Anything else in your report?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. We'll go to Baltimore Gas and Electric Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beverly Sikora on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric. I also have Michael Butts with me, who's our new Director of Engineering and Standards. Mr. Summerson, who has been with us for quite a few of the past several annual performance report, actually retired this summer, so he's off greener pastures. I just want to echo Mr. McKeel's comments about staff's thoroughness, and frankly, I find it very helpful for me because as a non-engineer, I end up learning a lot from the questions they ask and the things that they start probing on, so I'm getting that much closer to my honorary engineering degree, so I thank them for that.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I do, well, as long as it stays honorary. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Butts.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. How you doing? Yes, so as you've heard already, we did have a successful year at BGE, meeting all 11 of the reporting standards. And if you think about where the utility industry is heading with electrification and demand energy resources and EVs and so forth, reliability is more important than ever. So I'm pleased to report that we did meet our reliability guidelines, as it appears all the other utilities did as well. So I think that's great. There is one comment I would like to make about Sadie Med, and after hearing staff's comments, I believe that it's pretty aligned with where they're headed. At BGE, prior to this hearing, prior to the report, we were not familiar with that metric. So we've not had experience with it, had not had a chance to investigate it to see the value of that metric. So the fact that they're going to have it as a reporting metric, a tracking metric, I think that's the right thing. And we would just ask that before we would make anything official about that metric, that we would have a chance to have a good, wholesome conversation with the staff and other interveners to make sure that it's appropriate for the business. And that's the only comment I would make on that. And other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions about our report.
Let me ask you about your evaluation of your underground detection system. Staff indicated it may take a couple of years to evaluate the efficacy of that system. We have it done before the third year of the multi-year rate plan?
Yes, so the latest I saw, that would be Q2 of 2024 is when that should be completed.
So no, it
Yeah.
wouldn't be done before then.
Is it possible to get it done before then, so we can use it as part of our prudency review?
We could investigate that. A lot of it will be determined by how much information we get back from the system, which quite frankly means when you have faults, and be able to judge those faults against the system that you put in. If you had enough of those events, then yes, we probably could report sooner, but we won't know.
Let me just suggest that it might be helpful to the commission to know the performance of that system when we evaluate prudency at the end of the rate making period.
Okay, very good.
Very good. Anybody else?
Yeah, just I asked a question earlier of the commission technical staff regarding the unplanned planned outage. So is the answer that they gave similar for the companies?
Yeah, I think I can explain that to you. In a normal situation, let's say we had to do maintenance and there was a customer we had to take out of service, we would send a letter to them 10 days ahead of time, or perhaps call them and we'd schedule the outage. That's a planned outage.
Right.
There are some times that you're, let's say, in the middle of the storm. The customer is still in service, but in order to do the repairs, safely, you have to take them out of service. that would be an example of an unplanned planned outage.
Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. Same. Okay. Thank you.
I have one question, I guess, for Pepco. I understand maybe there was discussion on this in previous years, but can you just talk about the cost for vegetation management? Looks like they're higher for you than other utilities.
Yeah, and we talked about this in detail, I think in our Pepco Maryland MYP project. But a couple things. One of the things that the Pepco Veg management team has to do that's a little different is hauling away the wood, and in some instances, I believe grinding the stumps, which adds a little bit of cost. But more importantly, we are seeing increased labor costs as a result of our new contracts. And it's really just the costs are increasing per year. I believe it's for CDL qualified tree trimmers. The market there is pretty high. We also have been working with Exelon strategic sourcing to on that bidding process, and we bid what's considered it's called. I'm going to look at here to make sure I get it right. It's a unitized process for tree trimming, and what that means is we actually send an independent vendor out along the feeder to determine exactly where we need to trim, and they create the plans for the tree trimming crews who then come behind them and actually trim. And that way it is, we're actually trimming the vegetation that needs to be trimmed. We're not just paying them to go down a feeder if there's work that doesn't need to be done. That allows for higher efficiency in the overall tree trimming cost, but we do expect to see increased labor charges. And the cost per mile, I think, may have come down over, or is expected to come down, but the all-in costs are still going to be high as a result of some of the additional work that we have to do.
And I would just add, as the staff pointed out in their report, that Pepco's level of tree trimming has been right around that $16,000 per mile now for a number of years. So that, we've looked into it, the commission has looked into it, and there are a lot of different things. Permitting, we have more permitting to do. Our service territory is much more compact. You're talking about trimming, in close in Montgomery County. Those costs are a little bit higher and things like that. So the other thing I guess I would point out is we did have the vegetation management work group, and we have, you'll hear about it later today, but the all-in definition of vegetation management costs. So, we are the highest in the state. The numbers are what they are, but that 16,000 number's been pretty consistent, I think, the last 2 or 3 years. I think last year it did dip down to about $13,800.
Let me follow up on that. In previous iterations of this annual hearing and in the rate cases you alluded to, we were told that because of the merger and the new relationship at Exelon, a new bidding process at Exelon, that there would be some savings potential due to synergistic bidding processes and procurement processes. Have you seen that? Have you realized any of those savings that we were told about before?
I think those savings have happened, but you can't keep everything equal, right? Costs are going up, the cost for fuel, the cost of labor. So I think all things remaining equal, we are indeed seeing a synergy because you're issuing a larger they're bidding on a larger contract. I mean, that, just the basic economics of it all. Can I prove the negative? That's very hard to do. But I think, basic economics tells us that as you get a bigger pie, you can drive lower costs.
Right. I agree with that. But you would think you would see more of a levelization between the utilities in that scenario.
I would just say you have to keep in mind that the service territories are different. I mean, when you compare Delmarva's service territory with Pepco's service territory, if you drive across the state, it's just a different territory, and it's going to have different costs. Different tree cover, different densities, more permits because there are more municipalities and city, that we're trimming in the Pepco service territory vis-a-vis others.
Well, I think it's safe to say it's certainly been something that's been a bit of a thorn in our side for some time now, some years, and we would hope the company would continue to focus like a laser on reducing those vegetation costs.
We are focused continually on vegetation management. I know more about it than I ever wanted to.
Yeah, and I do think I mentioned working with excellent strategic sourcing across all the companies, but we did bid that two different ways. When we bid it out the unitized contract strategy, as I mentioned, and also just a blended cost per mile strategy, and that's how we made the determination that the unitized tree trimming strategy was more efficient. So we are looking at this on a broader scale and trying to evaluate what the most efficient process is for moving forward.
Do you think the change in definition, potential change in definition for all-in costs in this arena will help us compare apples to apples going forward?
I do, and I appreciate the work of the work group and all of the members of the work group on achieving that goal. I do believe that, Commissioner. Yes.
Okay. All right, very good, thank you.
Just follow up, as you know, I live in Montgomery County, so I know there are at least 19 municipalities that you have to deal with that probably have their own governing requirements. And I see the tree trimming that you're doing, so it's good from my perspective living there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I live there too, and they just trimmed at my house, so I was out there. I have pictures on my phone.
Very good. Anything else? All right, thank you all very much. We'll now switch to the Potomac Edison Company and the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Who's going first, Mr. Trout?
I think I drew the short straw, yes. So good morning again. The Potomac Edison team is here, and on my immediate left is our President of Maryland Operations, Linda Moss, who I believe some of you met at an earlier hearing, and whom you all will get to know. And Don McGettigan, whom you already know, who is our Director of Operations. We are going to switch gears a little bit because we're not used to being the cheese that stands alone and having the only PowerPoint. We used to be the only one that didn't have a PowerPoint. So with your permission, we're going to just we'll file the PowerPoint afterwards, but we're not going to march everybody through even the handful of slides that we have, because we're mainly reviewing things that were captured in our report and then captured again in the staff's excellent report. So I don't think you need to see them put up on the screen a third time. And then the other kind of switch to the program is I wanted to speak very briefly to your point, Commissioner O'Donnell, about keeping the commission apprised of problems. And this feeds into something that both Mr. McKeel and Ms. Sakura said about the job that the engineering staff does. The staff in general, but particularly the engineering division, with respect to these matters. We find that the engineering division is very alert and knowledgeable, and that we have a very productive relationship with them. And when we encounter potential difficulties, it has become over the last half dozen years our practice to consult with the division about those problems, and if we have an idea for addressing them, often we will run that by the staff. So while I cannot join Ms. Sakura in saying that I enjoy responding to data requests, when I see the excellent and comprehensive report that staff weaves from, in part, those data request responses, I understand why that's answering those questions is a good thing, and we do it. And I would say that we agree with you that if there are issues in the offing, it is better to be proactive about them. And the avenue through which we do this, unless we are told differently, is through the engineering division of the staff.
That's, and I think that's a general understanding, and our staff, our technical staff will, of course, inform the commission should it rise to that level of importance.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to President Moss, and she can deliver the good news for a third time.
Good morning, Commissioners, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As Jeff indicated, and we too appreciate staff's thorough review of the reports that were submitted. And we're very pleased to be able to sit here and share that we have met or exceeded all of our standards for the year 2021. As we highlighted, the CAP program for our poorest performing feeder actually was successful. We haven't had any outages in that area where the project was performed. And I guess the other highlight I would call out would be that we are successfully transferring to a 4-year trim cycle, and now we are in year 2 of that. So that accounts for a higher percentage of miles trimmed that show up in the report as well.
Hopefully those pesky killer squirrels in your service territory won't continue to show up.
I agree, and the turkey buzzards are no fun either. So, but with that, we're happy to answer any questions you might have, but again, I don't want to repeat information that's already been shared. I do want to comment, however, on the resiliency discussion if there are no other questions. And I think that, again, staff's recommendations that we continue to look at what metrics might apply in these situations, I think that's a very solid recommendation. We too are trying to understand, what does resiliency mean? It is a pretty complex, it could be a very complex calculation, and it's not as simple as looking at weather days and impact. So we would encourage the commission and staff to continue to work with our industry groups like EPRI, as First Energy is doing, to really understand what resiliency could look like and potentially what metrics might look like down the road. But we're still doing a lot of kind of searching for information and really trying to understand that ourselves.
I think we also need to understand, and I share some of your view there, we need to understand the potential costs of that definition and that standard. We don't have any idea what that is yet, I don't think. It's so new, such a new concept. I told the chairman years ago, not this current chairman, but the chairman at the time, you can have as a reliable and as resilient a system as you want, but you have to be willing to pay for it. And these are expensive programs, so we have to keep that in the front of mind as well. Absolutely. As we evaluate these new potential standards.
I agree 100%. And just even the volatility that you see in the numbers that were shared earlier, it lends to a further discussion around, can they possibly change that much year over year and still be an effective measurement tool? So again, a lot more discussion to be had, and we're happy to participate in those.
Commissioner Bublar.
Thank you. It's very impressive what you've done, so congratulations. Just curious on going to a 4-year vegetation management cycle. Can you just talk a little bit about what you had to do to get to that? I mean, do you have to modify contracts and things like that?
Probably best answered by me. So we're still using the same vendors that we were before, and they actually move a little bit from year to year as we look at cost. And we use mostly time and material currently. We do a little bit of fixed bid, and we always do a mix of each, so that we can make sure that one methodology is not getting out of whack, from a price standpoint. But really, it's working with the vendors to try to get staffing. The tree trimming vendors are no different than the rest of the industries out there right now. They're really struggling with trying to get staff and keep staff. So we put the work with the ones that were able to get additional staff to do the work. It really was not a complex process, but getting staffing for them was the biggest hurdle. What we find mostly in our territory is that most of the staff that's working, they'll live west of where they're working. You know, if they're working in Montgomery County, they probably live out in Berkeley County, West Virginia, and everybody like sort of drives east to work.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question regarding your communication standards. You met the standards that are in COMAR, and so I certainly appreciate that. But I noticed that I'm wondering what the trends are. Are they trending in the direction of improving, or are they moving closer to the standard and potentially being in the realm of not meeting the standard in the future?
I think I can answer that. So, appreciate the question and understand why you might bring that up. So we recognize that our numbers look a little bit different last year, and whether a trend is in place or not, I guess, has yet to be determined as we move through this year. However, what we are experiencing is higher call volumes. And at a similar time when, with post-COVID, or not quite post-COVID, but with the effects of COVID, we are also having some hiring difficulties in our contact centers, which are traditionally very high turnover areas. So those two things combined is what you're seeing reflected in the numbers. But recognizing that those are critical for our success, we are addressing that. But those are what really lent to those numbers increasing in the last year.
Okay. I certainly appreciate that. I was also curious about some of the weather patterns out west. I know here in Central Maryland we don't see the same weather patterns often, and our report does capture the major outages, but sometimes those non-major outages can cause problems too. So I was just curious if did you have a bunch of smaller storms that caused problems that we just didn't hear about? Or?
So our major event days for last year did increase. It went from 2 in 2020 to 4 in 2021. And obviously weather patterns are a concern. This year, sitting year to date, we've already had 4 major event days as well. So we are seeing a trend where we are, having, I'll say, a larger number of significant days of storms. But I believe, again, that's reflected in some of the stats that you see and the numbers changing. Every year is going to be unique and different in terms of what you're dealing with from an outage perspective, but the weather events definitely are becoming more significant. At least that's what we're experiencing in the last 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let me also say that we changed the standard on down wires for all the utilities, as you're well aware, to 3 hours. And I want to thank all the utilities for meeting those standards. And it may seem like an insignificant reliability standard, but it's not, because it frees up very important public safety individuals, whether it's police or fire and rescue, EMS, from standing guard there until you do respond. So we appreciate adherence to that, because it has an impact beyond just electrical reliability, of course. So, Mr. McDougall.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark McDougall on behalf of Smackos. I have brought with me today 2 people. The primary presenter for Smackos is to my left. This is Herb Riegel. Herb is Smackos Vice President of System Planning and Distribution Engineering. And behind me, in case there are questions regarding the responsiveness of the contact center, there is Tammy Gardner. She is the Managing Director of Customer Care. So I'd like to now just turn it over to Mr. Riegel for comments.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Good morning, Commissioners. Smackos also has not prepared any formal presentation this morning, and we'll try to keep our comments brief as well. One thing I would like to reiterate is from staff's earlier presentation is that Smackos did meet or exceed all of the stated COMAR service reliability and quality standard requirements for calendar year 2021 as evidenced in our filed report. Smackos did not experience any COMAR defined major outage events during the 2021 reporting period, but did experience 5 IEEE major event days during that time. We do believe that Smackos planning, construction, and operational practices continue to provide a good balance between cost and reliability and customer member satisfaction. We're basically here today to answer any additional questions that the Commission may have, and welcome to do so at this time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Riegel. I did have a question I wanted to ask about your SAIDI relative to the other 4 utilities. Smackos SAIDI went the wrong direction, still met the goal, but headed in the north direction on the little chart there. So what is the company doing, what is the cooperative doing about making sure that uptick doesn't become a trend and take you out of compliance?
Certainly, that's something that Smackos monitors on a very recurring basis, starting from the first day of the year through the end of the year as to what's happening in our SAIDI and safety trends. Much of the uptick from year to year really boils down to the type of weather that is experienced, and we kind of touched on that a few different times this morning. When we look at our SAIDI values, we do back out IEEE major event days from those values, and that's what's presented in those SAIDI and safety reliability indices that were presented on the screens earlier this morning. One of the issues that tends to pump up more or less during any given year, or other what I'll call large storm type events that may not bubble up all the way to meeting the IEEE major event day threshold where they're discounted. But back in 2021, Smackos has experienced a large number of what I'll call localized severe storms. I do think our restoration efforts, our line crews and so forth, do an excellent job in restoring power. Part of a double-edged sword sometimes is they restore power quickly enough that it doesn't bubble up to becoming an IEEE major event day, but then it's counted into those same SAIDI and safety reliability numbers that are presented. So one of the continuing issues in managing and looking at the trends of those numbers is trying to also take into account the increase in the frequency of those localized area storms that contribute to a lot of those numbers. Definitely, I can say I'm not surprised by your question, Commissioner. It's an obvious observation that we also picked up on, and is something we continue to monitor, and we'll continue to do what we can to make sure that we continue to trend in the correct direction.
I appreciate that. The data that staff gives us excludes meds. It excludes the major event days for both duration and frequency. So I appreciate the company's attention, or the cooperative's attention to that. And I will tell you, being a resident of the cooperative service territory since 1987, the performance of the cooperative's reliability is through the roof compared to what it used to be. And I would just say to the staff and the line crews and the people who go out there in the bad weather, they're pretty on it. So, and I know that firsthand. So,
be sure to take that back to our line crews. They'd like to hear those type of comments as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just a very quick question regarding your customer communication metric. Your first call resolution numbers were fairly high. I'm curious, is there something that the company's been doing different to have a percentage that's almost near 90%?
It is almost 90%, and we're really proud of that number. We just implemented that last year. We do a post-transactional survey with our customers, and we added a question on that survey if their call was resolved on the first call. And based on the numbers we're getting, we're at 89% for last year.
So is there something, has it always been in the high numbers like that, or is there something different the company started?
That's the first year we've tracked that metric. But we have implemented measures within the center, providing our CCRs additional training, and try very hard to handle the call on the first call, so they don't have to call back, and that we can resolve whatever questions they may have.
No, I know it's not easy to resolve it on the first call, so, from past experience. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your presentations. We appreciate it, and I guess we'll see you again this afternoon. So we're going to take a 12-minute break right now. We'll recess the hearing until 11:20, and at which time we'll come back and we'll get Mr. Hoover up here from Office of People's Counsel, and then we'll get the Montgomery County Attorney, Ms. Brennan, if she wishes to come in and visit us briefly. So thank you all very much. We're in recess. Okay, we'll reconvene the hearings and we'll start with hearing from Ms. Brennan from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Good morning. For the record, my name is Lisa Brennan, Associate County Attorney for Montgomery County, Maryland. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. As we've done previously, Montgomery County filed comments focusing on BGE, Potomac Edison, and Pepco, the 3 electric utilities that serve Montgomery County. I don't have a formal presentation, but I'd like to highlight a few points from our comments, and then, of course, I'll be happy to take any questions from the Commission. As has been discussed already today several times, BGE, Potomac Edison, and Pepco are all in compliance with the reliability standards, with one minor exception for Pepco with the multiple device activation. The county greatly appreciates the fact that the reliability on the system has improved since the RM43 standards went into effect. As has been the county's habit in recent years, we would like to highlight a few metrics specifically that highlight how individual customers experience outages, especially those who are experiencing a seemingly higher number of outages than their neighbors. As we've discussed, even if overall system reliability is improving, if an individual customer feels theirs is not, then they're not going to be a satisfied customer. BGE and Potomac Edison did report higher SEMI for 2021 and for all 4 of the standards, and Pepco reported a higher SEMI too. And the increase in a SEMI calculation indicates that more customers are experiencing multiple outages. So again, any customer, even if overall system reliability is improving, to the extent that they're experiencing multiple outage, those are going to be less satisfied customers. All 3 utilities reported worse performance for restoring service within 8 hours to customers experiencing sustained interruptions during normal conditions. There was also an issue. The utilities report special medical needs facilities who have outages exceeding 4 hours. We've spoken before about our appreciation for the Commission to focus on special medical needs facilities and service to those facilities. Potomac Edison and Pepco had significantly higher numbers of those outages this year, so we would just ask that the Commission direct the utilities to focus attention on those devices. Also, some of the customer communication standards showed some worsening performance. All 3 utilities showed a decrease in the number of calls answered within 30 seconds. Pepco showed an increase in the abandoned call rate. All 3 utilities also showed worsened performance in average speed of answer, calls to CSRs answered in 30 seconds, and percentage of calls to CSRs abandoned by the customer. We noted these trends because the decline is particularly troubling in light of a previous downward trend that the Commission focused on back in 2015. And our concern is just that now that it's been worsening for 2 years in a row, and as Commissioner Bubar said, perhaps 3 years is a trend, but we would argue that 2 years is something perhaps to suggest a new downward trend that might need some attention. Also, because it's been an issue in the past, I would like to provide an update regarding vegetation management. I recently spoke with Laura Miller, Forest Conservation Coordinator for Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection, who attended these proceedings in the past. Ms. Miller continues to participate in the MERT Council, the Maryland Electric Reliability Tree Trimming Committee. She updated me on their recent work. She said that they're keeping an eye on trends in tree-related outages, customer service complaints and management, and working on providing continuing education training for Maryland licensed tree expert. There are no particular issues regarding vegetation management related customer service complaints to report at this time. She did mention that the committee has reviewed possible ways to assist in the 5 million tree effort to help ensure the right tree, right place considerations under overhead utilities are being addressed. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Brennan, for that, and thank you to Montgomery County for continuing to pay attention to all of these issues at this level of detail. I know the customers appreciate it. And I'll just also note that I know when there are down trees in my neighborhood, the county is also very responsive when we call for help. So that's also appreciated. But I don't have any specific questions. Thank you, Commissioner Bubar.
I know that the Montgomery County was instrumental in helping us improve the reliability standard for response time to a downed wire, and and you feel that with your public safety folks immediately. So I just wanted to mention thank you for your help, helping to push us across the line with that.
We appreciate the opportunity, and we're glad that that's working out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, Office of People's Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Fred Hoover on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. In line with what we've heard from most of the presenters today, the Office of People's Counsel is pleased over the fact that the overall reliability targets for both SAIDI and safety have been exceeded by the utilities based on the Commission's staff's oversight of them and this Commission's establishment of this proceeding and the standards that have been put in place to assure reliability. As Commissioner O'Donnell remarked earlier, this whole process was started because of the General Assembly's concern over reliability problems that were primarily driven by some responses to some significant storms. We had hurricanes that came through the state a few years ago that caused widespread outages. But there was also a similar concern with what's known as sort of blue sky reliability, which is a situation where there are outages that seemingly are not weather related, that just seem to be occurring. And so this whole process was designed to try to ameliorate and eliminate and reduce those types of outages, along with trying to deal with the situation of restoration from storms. And so it's our view that the COMAR regulations have achieved the objectives, but we also want to note that the practices by the utility to maintain reliability have actually been very successful, especially situations like vegetation management. We would also note that this has been the second year in a row, at least that since I've been doing this, that these reports have been exceeding the standards. And so while we can argue about what the trends are, in our view, this is a hopeful sign that the reliability issues are being addressed in a systematic manner, and that the investments by the utility have been done at a reasonable cost to provide overall reliability for customers. The one thing that I'll end on is to follow up on one of the points that was raised by Ms. Brennan earlier, and this is the concern about the reliability situations regarding special medical need facilities. I think we have a similar concern, and I guess our concern is that these facilities, given the changing demographics of the state, are probably going to be expanding. And so this may be an issue that all the utilities are going to have to be paying attention to as we have more and more of these types of facilities, since they have particularly critical reliability needs. We may in the future need to think about how the process is going to be addressing to make sure that the reliability and restoration when there are storm events to these facilities is accomplished. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions? No, I will just opine that it's good to see the Office of People's Counsel is pleased about something. Thank you. We appreciate you being here today. We're now going to go back to staff. And RM 43 standards in the 2024 to 2027 SAIDI safety presentation. Mr. Borkowski and company.
I'd like to get the other one up first. it's still morning. So I guess good morning again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, and again, John Borkowski for staff. I'm going to bypass the introduction since we have the same panel that we had this morning. And I do want to, though, recognize the work of Roger, Austin, and Chris Lowe, who really spearheaded the analysis of the 2024-2027 safety and SAIDI proposals. Next slide. So as an introduction, I just want to take us back, and this is not on the slide, but I want to take us back to 2017 when the Commission issued an order directing staff to lead a work group to establish a point of diminishing returns analysis for electric reliability investments. So staff did convene that work group, and we issued a report in 2018. And a lot of the work that we're doing here still is consistent with what we did 4 years ago. I think if there is any major change to what we did 4 years ago, is that we did it 4 years ago. So now we can compare what we're doing now to what we did 4 years ago. And I think what we learned from 4 years ago is there's a lot of data that needs to be analyzed to perform this type of analysis. So we kind of evolved at least our methodology into a dashboard because we felt that it's very hard to communicate, some of the analysis results. So I'm pretty pleased with the result, and hopefully you are too, but a lot of this really is unchanged, at least the way we are evaluating these reliability proposals from what we developed with the Reliability Targets Work Group. And I want to also say that, maybe I should get this a little closer, but also like to say that although the Reliability Targets Work Group recommended a lot of reliability best practices that should be adopted by the utilities, we also recognize that one size does not fit all. And, to that end, the Commission encouraged utilities to adopt these reliability targets recommendations, but they weren't mandated at that time, and at least for some of the smaller utilities in Maryland. I would say from staff's perspective, and you'll see through this analysis, we can't do our analysis effectively unless we have three things. And that's, getting back to the slide, we need normalized reliability, which I'll explain. We need a cost versus reliability analysis from the utilities, and we need some consideration of planning margins. To that end, we'll have a presentation after this about RM43 standard changes where we're recommending codifying these three reliability best practices. We're not recommending that all the other best practices that we developed in this reliability targets work group be codified, because we truly don't believe that one size fits all. But in any case, staff also, besides compiling the data from the utilities in this dashboard and evaluating the cost metrics, I really would like to have a shout out for Chris Lowe, who led the customer perception survey work group. And you'll see the results of that in this presentation. And we are recommending codifying a few of the concepts from that work group, but I'm very pleased that I really feel like we were able to get a good analysis of the utility customer survey performance because we standardized the types of questions and question categories, and I think you'll see that as we're going through the presentation. So next slide. So the first key concept, I explained three concepts that we need to really perform our analysis. First concept is normalized reliability. It's a very simple concept. Everybody has talked, even in this hearing, about electric reliability varying from year to year, primarily due to weather. And that's even with 2.5 beta, as was explained by Herb Riegel. You can get a lot of these storms that don't meet that 2.5 beta threshold that will impact you from year to year. We also, as a result, we're recommending that utilities, when they're setting a starting point for future years for recommending safety and SAIDI targets, that they weather adjust their reliability. I mean, when we're planning an electric system, we weather adjust loads to filter out the extremes. We really need to weather adjust, reliability too for that starting point. And one method, and it's not the only method for adjusting reliability, is to start with blue sky reliability, which is less variable from year to year, and then average back in the 5-year average storm safety. So this is the example in this table. You can see where storm safety varies considerably over a 5-year period. You also have total safety varying widely over a 5-year period, but blue sky safety is a much narrow band of variability. So the concept, and it's not the only concept, but the concept is you just average the 5-year storm safety, and you add that back into your year 5, which is 0.88. You would get a weather adjusted safety of 1.0 as your starting point, instead of the blue sky safety, which basically, actually instead of the total safety, 0.93. So you would be handicapping yourself as a utility if you started at 0.93, because that's not a normal year, because you had a bad storm year in year 5. So that's one concept. The second concept is a much harder concept for the utilities to execute. It's not trivial. I don't want to downplay it by a simplistic example. There's a lot of engineering analysis that has to go into determining cost versus reliability, but it is important because the Commission charged our working group to come up with a way of determining when reliability was reaching that point of diminishing returns. Now, I've been involved in reliability for directly, direct supervision, even as a principal engineer of reliability for about 10 years, and I know no other way of doing it than basically trying to have a multiple scenario analysis, and pretty much that's what's reflected in what the work group developed 5 years ago. So I would like to just take an example on this chart. I don't think anybody would disagree with me, and again, it's a simplistic example, but you could, if you just forget about the stars for a minute, just look at the shape of the curve. I don't think anybody would disagree that if you're not spending a lot of money on reliability, you're going to have a higher safety, and the more money you spend, you're going to improve safety, and improvement means lower safety. But eventually you get to that point of diminishing returns. So that's what's reflected on that slide. What we need to do our analysis is multiple data points to help us figure out, where we're getting that point of diminishing return. So I would just first ask you to just concentrate on the middle star, which is called flat reliability. That's your normalized safety that we talked about on the previous slide. So if we came up with a normalized safety of 1.0, that is your flat reliability scenario. Then if you move up that chart to the higher safety region, we would normally expect the flat cost scenario to be the cost, the average cost per year that you had your last cycle. If you just maintain that, we would normally expect reliability to degrade a little bit because things are continuing to degrade. It might not be much, but that's reflected in this chart also, that you see, it's at a certain cost you're going to get which was the last cycle's cost, you're going to get a higher safety. And then the minimum cost is further up, is don't do any reliability improvement other than what's required to meet all those other COMAR requirements. So that theoretically is, just to meet COMAR requirements, absent the safety SAIDI targets, because they're being determined here, what is the minimum costs? And it's a very important scenario. We really need that minimum cost because we compare all the other scenarios against that minimum cost to determine how effective those reliability improvements are. And then certainly some companies will want to go the first quartile, and you can see where that's reflected on the curve, and some companies will want to go beyond that. So those are the 5 scenarios that we ask the utilities to provide information for. And to do that, it takes engineering analysis. It's not trivial, and I appreciate the efforts of the utilities to the extent that they could provide that data to help us perform that analysis. And we use some relatively simple cost metrics. We use the average reliability cost per year as a metric. We're just basically looking at what it is this cycle versus last cycle. We're using cost effectiveness, which is really your safety bang for the buck. It's basically how much safety improvement are you getting for the money, although it's in inverse here, is the way we reflect it. Also, your cost efficiency is just how much are you spending on a per customer basis, and how's that changing? And also your benefit costs. We want to make sure that, if you're performing reliability improvement, that it's cost justified. And we have methods to do that with the Department of Energy ICE calculator, which is incremental cost evaluator. So we use all those tools and metrics. It's nothing different than we used before. At the beginning of this exercise, I had a presentation to the utilities where I explained this is exactly the way we're going to be evaluating this time. So there should have been no surprises, except for the fact that we developed a dashboard and things of that nature, which really, at the time, I didn't even know we were going to go there, but we were just trying to find a simpler way of presenting the data. So that's the hardest concept, but the only other concept we need is a planning margin. And this is a very simple example, and it's only used for some data that Potomac Edison gave us. I want to be careful that we don't have similar data to evaluate every utility, but in general, we think that it's a good surrogate here for some of our conclusions. But if you recall, on the previous slide for a scenario, you have a safety projection. And let's say it's a company goal. And let's say you decided it's 1.0 safety is your projection. Well, how do you set your goal? You don't set your goal at 1.0 because you're going to fail it, 2 or 3 times every 5-year cycle. You need to have some buffer in there for that variability. So the whole concept of a planning margin is how much buffer do you have? And it all gets down to statistics. We have a statistical analysis in one of the appendices in the report, but for PE data only, looking at a 1 standard deviation, which ends up being about a 9.1% planning margin, that gave us a failure probability of 1 in 6 years. And that's where Potomac Edison actually set their target. So you would expect Potomac Edison to fail that standard statistically 1 out of every 6 years. If you want to have a higher planning margin, let's say 1.5 standard deviations, which is about 13.5% planning margin, you would expect statistically, at least for PE's data, to fail that standard 1 in every 15 years. And then if you want to get up to a higher planning margin, let's say approaching 20%, which we actually had some of the utilities with 20% planning margins through the last cycle, you would expect to fail that 1 in every 43 years. So what I'm telling you is staff, we'd like to see lower planning margins to some extent, but I would say that to the extent that utilities are going to fail more frequently, we would probably, in our recommendations, be more lenient for a utility with a lower planning margin than somebody coming in with a higher planning margin. But in any case, a lot of our recommendations, with this analysis, sort of get at the lower end of the planning margins. That's where we kind of ended up. And it could be argued, and it's really commission preference. Staff can recommend, but it's really the commission has to be comfortable with, what is a reasonable expectation for how frequently a company would fail. And that's why you need the planning margin analysis. You really have to have a basis for setting that margin. So those are the only three concepts that we need utilities to employ. A lot of the other things are reliability best practices, but those are needed for our analysis. And then the next slide, I'm not going to go through this because I want to get it right into the data. But I would say that the other big thing that we added this year, and actually we didn't put it on this slide, and I regret that, but we tried to develop a color coding to have a comparative KPI, meaning we wanted to measure the utilities against something. And it was different, for the average dollar per year, we wanted to measure them against what they did the last cycles to see if their expenditures were getting larger or smaller. And for safety and the dollars per safety, dollars per customer, we measured them against the mean average of all the electric companies. And for the benefit cost, we kind of drew a line in the sand at 200%, but the color coding doesn't take you red until you're below 150%. So I want to say that this is an art, not a science, when we do the color coding, because of the fact that we wanted to show differentiation between the utilities. So we had to look at the data and say, how do we show differentiation? And that kind of fed into how we color coded. So I want to be careful to not overplay the color coding, except to the extent that we use it so that you can more easily differentiate the utilities. And with that, a lot of these metrics that are on that particular dashboard element slide are going to be discussed by Roger and Chris, so I'll turn it over to Roger to talk about each of the utility dashboards.
Okay, good morning again. So this first dashboard allows us to scrutinize the key cost metrics and key performance indicators associated with the reliability scenarios presented by BGE. I'm going to give a general overview of what we're looking at here, but if you need me to dig into any of the numbers or the color coding, just let me know. In essence, BGE presented three scenarios. Their company goal and flat cost scenario are identical, so we'll call that one scenario. Their flat reliability first quartile and minimum cost scenarios are identical, so that's the second scenario. BGE also presented an alternate minimum cost scenario, that is the minimum base spending required to support just COMAR required programs such as vegetation management, poorest performing feeder program, etc. Staff believes that the minimum cost scenario is more acceptable in terms of the reliability benefits it provides. So we did not analyze the alternate minimum cost scenario in our reports. When we look at the key cost metrics associated with BGE's 2024 to 2027 company goal / flat cost scenario, we see improvement in the reliability spend per year and in the cost efficiency of that spend relative to what they did in the 2020 to 2023 cycle. BGE's cost efficiency in the 2024 to 2027 cycle is also projected to be about 37% better than the mean average cost efficiency of the company goal proposals for all 5 utilities. There will be a decline in BGE's cost effectiveness relative to its own cost effectiveness in the 2020 to 2023 cycle and relative to the mean cost effectiveness of the company goal proposals of all 5 utilities. That, coupled with a decline in the ratio of societal benefits to cost, likely indicates that BGE is starting to experience diminishing returns on reliability investments. Regarding reliability, BGE currently benchmarks in the first quartile, and on both of its proposed scenarios, BGE projects that it would remain in the first quartile among its benchmark peers. However, it should be noted that while the company would remain in the first quartile, BGE's proposed safety standards would see the company's targets backslide compared to the 2020 to 2023 cycle. You'll see they're proposing to end at 0.86 in 2027, whereas in 2023 their target is 0.83. Staff does not disagree with BGE's contention in its proposal that its safety performance will degrade slightly because of reduced reliability spending compared to the 2020 to 2023 cycle, but we're concerned about backsliding. And after Chris reviews BGE's customers' metrics, the chief engineer will discuss how we would propose the commission should deal with BGE's 2024 to 2027 targets.
So this is the BGE customer satisfaction dashboard. As you can see, the left column shows 11 key customer satisfaction metrics. The middle column shows the satisfaction scores, and the right column shows the range among the other utilities. Just to highlight some of these scores, BGE's customer perception survey results show that 81% of the customer expressed overall satisfaction with the company as their electric utility. And 88% of the customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electric service provided by BGE. When it comes to the cost of reliability, 68% of the customers were satisfied with the price, 45% were willing to pay more for improved reliability, depending on the amount, and 28% were not willing to pay anything more for increased reliability. Meanwhile, 22% of customers expressed dissatisfaction with what they perceive to be high cost of electric service. And several other key customer satisfaction scores displayed on this dashboard were either at or below median when compared to other utilities.
Okay. All right, to wrap up BGE, I don't want to repeat what Roger said, but you can see what their current standards are on this slide, and you can see both their recommendation for the next cycle and staff's recommendation. We agree with BGE's SAIDI recommendation. However, we did not agree with BGE's safety recommendation. It's primarily because of backsliding. We didn't want to backslide on the goals. We don't know how the commission might feel about that because I think BGE makes a good case. But I think that there's still, at least from our perspective, a little bit of room in the planning margin to accept, just capping their reliability safety for the next couple of years. Now, it would be low, 9.6%. Generally, we like to see things between 10 and 20%. So you're talking about the fact that with staff's recommendation, statistically, BGE could likely fail this standard at least once. I'd be concerned if it was more than once during the next cycle because it's a 1 in 6 or 7 probability, 1 in 6 or 7 year probability. So really, we did not disagree with the BGE analysis, and really our recommendation just comes down to, what is the commission comfortable with as far as, a probability of failing these standards. That's where we ended.
Don't the optics of going from 0.83 in 2023 on safety to 0.91, don't just the optics alone appear to be problematic?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah, and that's the basis of our recommendation is the backsliding optics.
Yeah.
And I know Montgomery County and their latest filing talked a little bit about backsliding, but I also know it's been talked about at past hearings, and I think that's one of those things where we should try to avoid it if we can. We were comfortable. I mean, if BGE came in with an analysis that said, based on this planning margin and just based on their statistical results, they'd have a very high probability of failure, much higher than 1 every 6 years, I think we'd have to reconsider, but we did not perform any statistical standard deviation analysis of their data to arrive at our conclusion.
Well, if you go in the wrong direction and then they have a really bad year, your harshest critics are going to point at you and say, "You're not doing your job, but we want to tell you how to do your job." They're Public Service Commission, so that's a problem, because we got a lot of critics telling us we don't know how to do our job sometimes.
Okay, well, we'll move on to Delmarva, and Roger's going to pick it up again.
Okay, so this other dashboard allows us to scrutinize the key cost metrics, key performance indicators with the 5 reliability scenarios presented by Delmarva. Regarding reliability, Delmarva currently benchmarks as first quartile, and under its proposed company goal scenario, Delmarva would actually fall out of what is projected to be the first quartile among its benchmark peers. Delmarva's 2024 to 2027 company goal reliability scenario is marginally less costly and marginally more cost efficient than its company goal scenario reliability program proposal for the 2021 to 2023 cycle proposal, but per our DOE ICE calculations, the benefit cost ratio of Delmarva's reliability proposal will degrade to 131%, with little margin above the break-even level of 100%. So this is the concerning aspect about Delmarva's company goal proposal, because there would likely be an increase in cost. If there's an increase in cost over time, that may degrade the benefit cost further below break even, since there's so little margin. Delmarva's first quartile proposal reveals similar cost metrics as its company goal scenario proposal. On the other hand, Delmarva's flat reliability and flat cost scenario proposals are noticeably less costly and much more cost effective and cost efficient than both its last cycle and current cycle company goal scenarios will provide, while providing much more in terms of societal benefits to cost. Additionally, both scenarios will result in the company maintaining a reasonable safety performance from 2024 to 2027, while improving its SAIDI performance through that same period, above its 2023 level. Staff also finds that even at the flat reliability scenario level of spending, there is still a planning margin of 11.7% between the projected SAFE under the scenario and the target SAFE under the company goal scenario. And this planning margin falls within the 10 to 20% planning margin range that staff has concluded to be the normal expected planning margin. So again, after Chris reviews the Delmarva's customer metrics, the chief engineer will discuss how we propose to deal with Delmarva's 2024 to 2027 targets.
Okay. So Delmarva's customer perception survey results showed that 83% of the customer expressed overall satisfaction with the company as their electric utility. According to your survey, 94% of the customers were satisfied with the reliability provided by Delmarva. When it comes to the cost of reliability, 49% of the customers were willing to pay more for improved reliability, depending upon the amount, while 29% were not willing to pay anything more for increased reliability. And 40% of customers were dissatisfied with what they perceived to be high cost of service. And other customer satisfaction scores were either below median or at the lowest range among the other utilities.
Okay, so in conclusion with the Delmarva recommendation, because of the fact, well, let's just boil it down to the fact that we do have concerns about their cost. We like the flat reliability cost better than we like their company goal scenario. And we looked at their planning margins to try to get an idea of, probability of failure, and we felt that in the end, they could still have an 11.7% planning margin, which would yield, a failure, every 7 or 8 years, with costs that were more comparable to the flat reliability scenario. So this is a little nuanced, but I want to be clear that, we feel like Delmarva's SAFE and SADE proposal are acceptable, at least for their company goal scenario, but we think that their costs should be more aligned with, their flat reliability scenario. But we don't feel like this is the proper forum to talk about Delmarva's costs. We've got an upcoming multi-year rate plan testimony, and I think you'll see some testimony consistent with this view in that rate case. So that's pretty much our summary for Delmarva. And I'd like to turn it back to Roger for Potomac Edison.
So PE submitted a flat reliability scenario, which is intended to inform the Commission of the standards the company is proposing. The company also submitted a company goal scenario that are really internal goals, internal objectives or stretch goals of the company, which we did not use in this analysis. What they're really proposing for the Commission to approve is their flat reliability scenario. So regarding reliability, PE's safety performance for 2019 and 2020 ranked in the first and second quartiles respectively among its benchmark peers. Under its company goal flat reliability scenario, PE may remain in the second quartile of its benchmark peers. As shown in the dashboard, while all of PE's proposed reliability programs will require more spending, its company goal / flat reliability scenario will deliver the best cost effectiveness, best cost efficiency, and best societal benefits to cost when compared to PE's other proposals. PE's planning margin of 9.1% under this scenario is lower than the 10 to 20% planning margin range that staff has concluded is a normally expected planning margin range. However, while lower than the normally expected range, the planning margin is still higher than PE's 7.5% planning margin the last cycle. Staff really has no concerns with PE's proposal, and I'll turn it over to Chris to review their metrics, their customer metrics.
So this PE custom perception dashboard shows that 86% of the customers were satisfied with the company as their electric utility. According to a survey, 90% of the customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electric service provided by PE. When it comes to the cost of reliability, 44% of customers were willing to pay more for improved reliability, again, depending on the amount, while 17% were not willing to pay anything more for improved reliability. And 29% of customers expressed dissatisfaction with what they perceive to be high cost of electric service. And other metric customer scores such as tree trimming and first call resolution are at the lowest range among the other utilities.
Okay. If I could turn the slide up. Okay, for PE, I really don't have much to add since I think Roger covered it pretty well. We're recommending that the commission accept the company's proposal here. So I'm going to turn it back over to Roger for Pepco.
Okay, so Pepco submitted company goal first quartile scenarios that were identical and separate flat cost, flat reliability, and minimum cost scenarios. Regarding reliability, Pepco currently benchmarks as first quartile, and under its proposed reliability scenarios, Pepco would remain in what is projected to be first quartile among its benchmark peers. When one looks at the key cost metrics associated with Pepco's company goal and first quartile scenario, one will see that the 2024 to 2020 that while the 2024 to 2027 cost effectiveness of the company's spend and the ratio of societal benefits to cost improve relative to its own 2021 to 2023 cost metrics. The company's cost effectiveness and cost efficiency do not stack up favorably to the mean cost effectiveness and cost efficiency of the 2024 to 2027 company goal proposals of the other 5 utilities. When you look at the key cost metrics associated with Pepco's flat reliability and flat cost scenarios, it can be seen that they compare very favorably with Pepco's current 2021 to 2023 reliability program, and also to those of the mean cost effectiveness and cost efficiency of the 2024 to 2027 company goal proposals of the other 5 utilities. Additionally, both scenarios will result in the company maintaining a reliability performance solidly entrenched in the first quartile SAFE from 2024 through 2027, while further improving its SAIDI performance from 2024 through 2027 from the 2023 level. So staff favors the flat reliability scenario over the flat cost scenario because it has a higher reliability improvement with good cost metric comparisons. Pepco's planning margin to achieve its company goal targets at the flat reliability scenario cost would be 10%. So that is still within the 10 to 20% planning margin range that staff has concluded is a normal planning margin. After Chris reviews the company, the customer metrics, again, the chief engineer will discuss how to deal with their targets.
Can I back you up a second? Help me understand why it says end of cycle margin percent, end of cycle plan margin percent under flat reliability is 19.2, but I think I just heard you say it was 10.
No. So it's 19.2, right? So if you were to take the spending,
It's not on that slide.
if you were to,
Actually, if you can go to the last slide, I think we explained that.
so the target under the flat reliability is
Yeah, their target
0.63.
is 0.63, but we're using, and it's on the Pepco recommendation. Go to that slide, please.
Recommendation is
Yeah, go to the
0.7.
4th bullet. This is how we get a planning margin of 10%. What we're doing is we're taking the 0.70 end cycle safety target for their company goal, but since we're saying that they're going to be spending or we're going to recommend that they spend less on reliability. Their projected reliability is only going to be 0.63, so it ends up being a 10% planning margin, and that's how we got to that.
My knowledge level obviously isn't that deep, and you're the slide rule guys. You can run a slide rule on this stuff and figure it out. But I heard one thing and saw something
Yeah.
else, and I didn't understand why.
Yeah, I agree that this is a little overwhelming to look at a big dashboard like this unless you studied it. I mean, even I get, and that's not not unusual because I'm getting too old, but even I tend to get lost in some of these metrics sometimes. So.
Okay, continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the 19.2% is the difference between 0.63 and 0.78, whereas if you were to accept our recommendation, the 10% would be the difference between 0.63 and 0.70.
Since we are drilling down a little bit, using any dashboard, where does the comparable KPI come from? What is that?
Okay. So for the KPIs, we compared the dollars per year, the first row. We compared them to their last cycle spending. So their last cycle spending, Pepco's last cycle spending was 202.8.
203.8.
203.8 per year. So we're comparing that. We're comparing this current cycle, 24 to 27, to their last cycle. The dollars per safety, the comp KPI, we are using all 5 utilities. What is the proposed dollar per safety for all 5 utilities? Company goal scenario in 2024 to 2027.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Is it a comparison, a comparable based on their utilities, or comparable based on this particular utility?
Yeah, the dollars per safety and the dollars per customer compared against other utilities, the dollar per megawatt a year, or not megawatt, but $1 million per year. We can't compare utilities with that because they're not per customer type metrics. So, in essentially you get some of that with the dollars per customer. So that's why we can compare the dollars per safety and dollars per customer, because safety is a per customer metric, dollar per customer obviously is a per customer metric. So you can make those comparisons. That's why we use that as the comp KPI. And again, the benefit cost is not a comparison against other companies. It's just are the reliability investments cost justified? So we do have, and I regret not having a slide in here to explain that, but we do have an explanation in the report of how we came up with these comp KPIs.
Okay, thank you.
So it is Pepco's customer perception dashboard, and we have 80% of the customers expressed overall satisfaction with the company as their electric utility. According to the survey, 88% of Pepco's customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electric service provided by the company. When it comes to the cost of reliability, 47% of the customers were willing to pay more for improved reliability, depending upon the amount, while 22% were not willing to pay anything more for improved reliability. And 19% of the customers expressed dissatisfaction with what they perceived to be high cost of service. When compared to other utilities, Pepco's satisfaction scores were either at or below median.
Okay. The Pepco recommendation is somewhat similar to the Delmarva recommendation in that we feel like even with their company proposed goal, but with a spending scenario of flat reliability, you would still have an acceptable planning margin, although it is on the low end at 10%. Again, it's going to be a 1 every 6 or 7 year failure probability. And again, just like Delmarva, we would handle that in a rate case. Now, since we don't have a current rate case other than the fact that there'll be a reconciliation at some point, we'll have to make those comments during the reconciliation. And also, in a subsequent rate case that Pepco files because it's going to cover spending in some of those outer years. So it's a nuanced recommendation, but it's very similar, and that's what we're recommending for Pepco at this point. So I'll turn it back over to Roger for Smackos.
Okay, so Smackos submitted company goal, flat cost, and flat reliability scenarios that were identical, and a separate minimum cost scenario that we were able to extract from them through data request. Arguably, Smackos company goal, flat cost, reliability scenario would also be a first quartile scenario considering Smackos benchmarking peers. Smackos currently benchmarks as the best among 4 other electric cooperatives in the Mid-Atlantic that the company surveyed. Based on Smackos' survey of 2012 to 2017 SAFE, of the 3 other cooperatives that track SAFE, its 2027 SAFE target would still be the best among those utilities. So it is not possible to compare the cost of Smackos' 2024 to 2027 reliability program against its 2020 to 2023 program, since the expenditures included in the budgets for the 2 cycles are different. In the 2020 to 2023 cycle, Smackos did not break out its reliability cost separate from its overall budget. However, the other comp KPIs for cost effectiveness, cost efficiency, and societal benefits to cost are not based on cooperatives' 2020 to 2023 metrics. And this dashboard shows that the cost metrics of Smackos' combined company goal / flat cost / flat reliability scenario are good in comparison to the comp KPIs. Staff really has no other concerns with Smackos' proposal. Turn it over to Chris.
So here's the Smackos customer perception survey results. And as you can see, 90% of the customers expressed overall satisfaction with Smackos as their electric company. According to the survey, 93% of the customers were satisfied with the reliability of electric service provided by Smackos. When it comes to the cost of reliability, 52% of the customers were willing to pay more for improved reliability depending upon the amount, while 16% were not willing to pay anything more for improved reliability. And 36% of the customers expressed dissatisfaction with what they have perceived as high cost of electric service. When compared to other utilities, Smackos' customer satisfaction scores are above median or at the highest range.
Okay, regarding Smackos' recommendation, we're recommending accepting the company's proposal, as been mentioned by Roger, but I do want to dwell on the analysis. I think that we would have liked to have seen from Smackos more analysis. There was an order back in 2018, Order 89056, and Smackos, I want to be clear, they did meet the requirements of that order, but they didn't go beyond the requirements of that order. The commission in that order encouraged them to consider adopting best reliability practices, and also basically consider things like planning margin, etc., which they did not do. But again, it was encouraged. It wasn't required. The only thing that was required of Smackos was to provide a minimum cost and company goal scenario, and that is a minimum that's allowed us to do this analysis today. We will be presenting in the second half of our presentation, COMAR recommendations, and we are recommending codifying those 3 key reliability planning concepts that I discussed earlier, which would require Smackos to do more analysis in the future. Again, we are not recommending all the other reliability best practices, but for us to perform this type of analysis for you, we feel like we need those tools. But again, this time, they met the order. We were able to do a minimal analysis, but it is a minimal analysis.
So I appreciate those comments. And Mr. Austin, when you were explaining the first slide on the co-op, you said based on some data we were able to, and I forget the exact word you used, extract from the cooperative. What did you mean by that?
Well, as the chief engineer said, we would like to have different scenarios in order to determine the cost effectiveness of the spend. If you don't provide us with a minimum cost scenario, we cannot perform a cost effectiveness or a benefit cost analysis of your reliability spend. So in order to get the minimum cost scenario, we needed to do a data request.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my reading of the public utility article tells me that the books need to be open completely to this commission. And if you're having trouble getting data, it means they're not open completely.
Well, I won't say we had trouble getting it. They just didn't file a minimum cost scenario, and they were very responsive once we asked.
All right, well, maybe I'll probe that a little more later.
Okay, you can go to the final slide. All right, so in summary, we've gone through the 5 different electric company dashboards, and we recommend that the commission accept staff's proposed safety and safety recommendations that were described in both staff report and this presentation. But we want to try to make clear to everyone, and we're recommending the commission explicitly in any final order in this proceeding sort of disassociate the standards with the cost. We think the cost should be discussed in rate cases, the standards discussed in this proceeding. So I think it needs to be clear that for any company, you're not endorsing, the commission's not endorsing, or we're recommending the commission's not endorsing any expenditures associated with these scenarios that we will discuss in a rate case. And that concludes staff's presentation on the 2024-2027 safety and safety proposals.
Additional questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was extremely useful, informational. Thank you, Mr. Austin, Mr. Lowe, and thank you, John, for everything you've done in recognizing the staff. I have a couple questions on the on the customer satisfaction. The utility score range, is that the utilities we regulate?
Yes, the 5 utilities.
Okay, because you had mentioned something about other utilities in the Mid-Atlantic, and I wasn't sure if any of that information came into this analysis.
Just the 5 utilities.
Okay. I love the dashboards, but as you say, John, it's really chock full of information, and kind of not really sure I understand everything that's on there. But just to understand the utility of the dashboards, you could go back in and plug in the numbers that you're recommending and kind of get a new version of the dashboard, so to speak? Or is
yeah, we did not update the dashboard, but we could do that.
Okay, so that it's easy to do that.
Yeah, that's why you don't see, for instance, Commissioner O'Donnell's question about the Pepco planning margin, where did that come from? That's why you don't see it on the dashboard, because you can only put so much on the dashboard.
Yeah. Speaking of the planning margin, is that a concept? Like you say, it's kind of statistically, you analyze it, but does it mean something to the utilities? Like a planning margin of 10 means like, oh, you're going to have X amount more people, X amount more dollars, or is it just something that, it's a concept, you plug it in and you see the results of those assumptions?
Well, the planning margin, I think a lot of utilities that have proceedings like this use a planning margin, and the utility of it, no pun intended, is the fact that it gives you a way of explaining you know, what your projected reliability is going to be, but then what your goal is going to be. There's got to be a difference. And that's all it is. It's not a advanced concept. If you know your projected reliability, you can put in different planning margins. And you know, I would think that some companies have different goals than the standard goals. I know at least one utility that's the case. You know, the standard may be a little bit more flexible than even their internal company goal for bonuses, things of that nature. So to come up with that company goal would have a different planning margin, you know, than necessarily, you know, we're using here in this proceeding. But yeah, you have to have a way of hedging the variability, and that's what the planning margin helps you accomplish.
And I just have one last question, and again, it's probably just asking your opinion, but when you look at the Smacko customer satisfaction, I mean, like, kind of knocks your socks off, like, it's pretty much all green, give or take. And so just maybe asking your opinion on, well, if the customers are happy, but the commission isn't getting the data that it needs, you know, kind of what's, just any insights you have on the trade-off.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we're not, as staff, pushing Smacko harder on targets and things of that nature, because in general, their customer sat scores, their customers aren't saying that they want improved reliability. Commissioner O'Donnell may be saying that, but in general, their customers are not saying that. So I think that if their and this gets back to my point about the analysis, if customers were pressing them, I think we'd have to insist on a few things. You know, for now, I think that, you know, without the customers pressing for that, we're reluctant to try to, you know, drive them to higher safety levels. Although I personally would like to see higher safety levels for all of Maryland, but I know it comes at a cost, and you know, I know I always had in my mind a 1.0 safety was a really good aspirational type target, and now I see many of the utilities are exceeding that, which, you know, is terrific.
Yeah.
But I could tell you, when I was in charge of reliability planning, I could only dream of being 1.0 safety, you know. So the utilities have really done a good job. Maybe after I got out of reliability planning, but
I don't think there was a direct correlation, but
I have
I'm improving their reliability.
I have an alternative theory as to why all that green on that dashboard, and that's because in the land of milk and honey, everybody's happy.
So I had a question. I have to go all the way back to slide 3 regarding the normalized reliability. I'm curious if several parties here, including yourself, Chief, have commented about the more erratic weather we've been having over the last several years, and especially how some of them are not what COMAR defines as major event outages, or storms, but are still storms that are damaging to both customers and to the company. So I'm curious if under your normalized reliability concept, when you talk about weather adjusting, and there's the storm safety portion of this of the graph, are you incorporating or trying to incorporate those types of storms or impacts, or are we still focusing on the major event types outages?
Yeah, that's a good pickup as far as the nuances involved with, you know, developing this type of concept. Due to the fact that you have exclusions, that companies can exclude those 2.5 beta events, those major event days, it's really the planning or the normalized reliability is really targeted more at those events that don't make that threshold. So that's the variability, because you don't see the other events that are major event days in the statistics. So you're really just dealing with those weather events. I know one utility, you know, if you're under 12,000, at least when I was familiar with it, 12,000 customers out, it's adverse weather, and if you're more than that, it's a minor storm, and it may not get up to a major event day until 2 or 3 times that. So, you know, a utility can have several of these events a year that are going to be impactful to your statistics, and because they're not excluded. Again, on average, you would only expect to have 3 days a year excluded. So that's what that is designed to filter out, not necessarily the major event days because they're already excluded.
Okay. And my second question, first of all, I like the idea of the planning, of the dashboard. I think these types of tools are always very helpful, and especially when you can understand everything in it. There's some math there that I'll probably have to talk to somebody offline to figure out. It's been a while since I've
Talk to Roger.
Okay. A couple of those I haven't figured out, but it's been a while since I took all of those kind of classes. But I did have just one high-level question. Since SAFE is calculated based on a function of time, so and then we convert it into percentage when we place it in these kind of charts. Has that conversion been reversed here? I mean, because I notice here that you have some of the columns are adding up to different numbers that are a bit larger than I would expect they would be just by intuitively looking at it. So I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here, but
Could you give an example?
yeah. So in year one, we have a storm safety of 0.1.
Which slide are you looking
I'm
at?
sorry, I'm on slide 3.
Yeah, this is just illustrative.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you keep going to years, comparing years 2 to 4, the 0.25 is that's converted percentage from time, right? Or is that?
Well, it's just the safety that you would have during a particular year that's associated with those adverse weather and minor storm events that don't quite reach the threshold to be a major event day. So a utility will designate, and they may have their own criteria for what they consider to be, you know, more than blue sky. You know, like I said, one company might have a different criteria than another, but, you know, on a day like today, you would say that's blue sky reliability. But if you get a small thunderstorm cell that rolls through tomorrow and it takes a couple thousand customers out, that's not going to be a major event day, but that's going to be either an adverse weather event or a minor storm, and utilities will keep track of their blue sky reliability, and they'll throw those other events into, you know, this storm safety, so to speak. Okay. So it really, it's just, you know, we're not trying to be prescriptive to the utilities how they do their own internal categorization of these things, but we do recognize that you would expect blue sky to be relatively flat or decreasing because utilities are generally improving blue sky reliability also when they're, you know, doing their programs.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to staff offline. I know there's some juicy servings in here, but I can smell it, but I can't taste it yet.
That's right.
I'm talking away because we're close to lunch, but
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, very
I have
good.
one other presentation real quick.
Just for my mind's eyes planning, how long does the RM43 presentation, how long do you think?
We can be very quick with it because we've set the table with.
Okay, very good.
things.
Proceed, Chief.
Okay. Summary, are you getting that up? Okay. Yeah, while the presentation that you have has a large appendix, it was only there for questions, but I would say that the RM43 work group really only had 2 charges from the commission. One was to consider RM43 standard changes, which we developed a lot, and the other is to investigate outage valuation. We did file our comments on outage valuation on December 1st of 2021, and we filed our proposal for COMAR revisions on March 22nd, 2022. Next slide, please. Regarding the outage valuation, I don't want to get into it too far. I'm going to stray from the slides a little bit here, but there's only one tool out there for us to do a cost-benefit analysis of reliability. It's the DOE ICE calculator I referred to before, and it's flawed. OPC is entirely correct that it has flaws. But I think where we draw the line, as far as, being on one side or another of this argument, is that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think that it still provides a lot of meaningful information, but you have to recognize that when you're using it, it has some flaws. Now, there is an ICE 2 being developed, and we don't have it because it won't be here. The original schedule that we were working with in December was that it would be here by the end of 2023. It may be slipping into 2024, but we're going to have an ICE 2. It's going to have updated customer econometric analysis and surveys, and it's going to have a lot better data. And we hope to use that. I think that where we disagree with OPC somewhat, and they will have their opportunity to talk, obviously, is they would like us to develop our own internal Maryland ICE calculator, if you will, and we don't have that expertise. We don't have necessarily, I guess we could get the money, but, we have priorities like grid modernization and, all the Climate Act. I don't know that we can really pursue a 7-figure project to develop a Maryland-specific ICE calculator. So I'm not disagreeing at all with OPC that it's a tool that has flaws, but I think I would just leave you with, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We're looking really forward to having that ICE 2, and we'll be using that in the next 4 years. We come back, because we only do these ICE calculations during rate cases and every 4 years. I mean, we have used it in rate cases. But we continue to use it because it's the only tool out there, however flawed. Now, regarding the next slide with COMAR, I would say that we had a lot of changes, and I'm not going to go through all of them unless the commission has questions. I think that when we get to a rulemaking, we'll probably have an opportunity to explore some of these in a little bit more detail.
Let me just point out and interrupt you for a second. We are not in a rulemaking.
Right.
We're not
Exactly. So when we get to one, because what we need for rulemaking is for the commission to make decisions on these proposals, and then what would happen, staff would file for rulemaking and include those safety proposals in addition to all our other work group proposals in that petition for rulemaking at the appropriate time. And, I would expect that, that's the same course that we followed the last time, and I would, expect us to have these regulations in place well in advance of when they're required in 2024. We did, however, have 3 areas of non-consensus, and I'm just going to ask Chris Lowe to very briefly discuss that. In fact, I want to kind of skip the first slide, system-wide reliability standards, because we've already discussed what staff needs a performance analysis. That's the only thing we're recommending being codified here. We want utilities to provide us those 5 scenarios. We want them to do planning margins, and we want the companies to normalize for their past reliability performance when they're submitting these safety and SAIDI standards. So Smacko in their comments will obviously talk more about their issues with that. I do want to say that although it was a near consensus recommendation, Exelon Utilities also, they did not dissent, but they did express some concern about just tying us into, 5 scenarios in Comar, because at some point in time, we may want to have different scenarios. And I think that's a valid comment, and I'll just leave it at that. So with that, we only have 2 more areas of non-consent, and Chris can,
Right. The next item, which we did not get a full consensus on, is the revisions to customer perception survey requirements in Comar 20.50.12.14. Staff proposes to codify the customer perception survey work group recommendation in order to fully achieve the original objective that articulated by the order number 89056. While the work group doesn't object to these revisions, however, OPC recommends an advanced working group approach to the customer perception survey input, similar to what we did for the 2021 customer perception surveys, repeated again in the future survey cycle. And OPC also asked to include the advanced working group approach in the Comar standard. Next, we have the addition of resilience plans regulation in Comar 20.50.12.15. This new chapter will make resilience plans available to the Commission for review upon request, as well as to require that resilience plans are built collaboratively with state and local jurisdictions in order to address the resiliencies of power supply to critical facilities. The utilities generally do not opposed to this recommendation, and Montgomery County also filed its comments supporting this new regulation. But OPC requests allowing other stakeholders to access utility resilience plans for which the Exelon companies object to that request.
Can I ask you a question about that? Did the work group envision that the commission would approve such resilience plans?
I'll take that. No, the work group did not envision the commission approving them. We wanted to have the utilities address them, and we could inspect them, and we could raise concerns with the commission, but because of the fact that these are very confidential, we didn't really feel that this was something that really should be a filing with the commission. And that's why we're asking to just be able to go over and inspect them to make sure that we understand what those resilience plans are, and that they're covering the areas that they should cover. So I think this is like a first step with resilience. I think resilience is one of those things where I'm sure over the years we're going to learn things, and we're going to follow industry trends, and we'll probably build on this chapter. I mean, heck, if this resilience metric pans out, we could actually have that in here sometime. But this is a start.
That's what I'm reflecting to, because we haven't even developed standards.
Right.
Yet. How do we create plans where we don't have standards to plan to?
Well, I think to answer your question, because we're not approving them, we're not approving them to a standard. But I think it's important that utilities address the credible risks that they have in a plan. And utilities already do.
Of course.
I think if there's one wrinkle that we're adding in here, that we really want the utilities to consult with state and local jurisdictions when developing these plans. That's probably the thing that maybe there's some more things that the utilities could be doing, because we participate with the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, and we know what they're trying to do with their resiliency efforts on behalf of the state in coordination with the counties and local governments, and we're seeing a real appetite from those particular entities to having some input into prioritization of power restoration, things of that nature. And to that extent, that is something that I think the utilities could improve upon. But I think all the other things, they pretty much are covering them. So,
okay.
So the last slide, I'll take it back. I think I already covered it, really. We're going to petition rulemaking after the commission issues an order in this proceeding on its decision, the safety standards, and I think we'll have a more in-depth discussion of some of these particular regulations at that rulemaking. And that concludes staff's presentations.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? Commissioner Bubar?
I just wanted to make, I think this is what your slide said, but just want to make it clear. So on the ICE 2.0, OPC has also expressed concerns with where they think that might be going, in addition to the concerns with ICE 1.0.
Right. Yeah.
I'll have to look at
I think the main concerns that OPC had is the utilities are controlling the toll, and there's also some economic multiplication factors that will, in their mind, inflate some of the benefits. So, you know, I think you're getting down into the weeds when you're talking about that particular topic, but and not to discount it, but I do think that major concern about utilities controlling the development of the tool, because they are funding. It's not like DOE did it the first time. This is handled by Berkeley Labs this time, and the utilities are funding that particular tool. So that gives OPC some concern, at least from what I don't want to put words, you know, they can explain their objections themselves, but that's what I gather from their objections, is they don't like the utility control of that tool.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Linton?
No, I have some questions, but they're really for other parties, not staff.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you to the staff. You're very capable, obviously, and do a nice job for us in this arena. So thank you very much for your presentations today. And we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now. We'll come back at 2 o'clock p.m. to resume, and we're in recess. We are back on the record. Trust everybody had enough time to get some lunch. Okay, good. Well, we're going to come back into the utilities, talking about the standards in the 2024-2027 SAFE, and we'll use the same format. We'll bring up the Exelon companies, and then we'll bring up PE and Smackos. And when this part gets done, and we get done with Office of People's Counsel, we're done.
Might be on this one too. Let me see.
Who's going first? Mr. McKeel, you going first again?
Sure, I'm always willing to go first, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Doug Keel. I'm here on behalf of Delmarva Power and Light Company and Potomac Electric Power Company. On my left is Mr. Vince Saccone. He is a section engineer at PHI. This is his first time before the commission, so welcome him. And he is going to give our presentation on our proposed system reliability standards. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Saccone.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Vince Saccone. As Mr. McKeel mentioned, I am a section engineer with Pepco Holdings, and I am responsible for drafting the Delmarva Power and Pepco 2024 through 2027 standards reports. Thank you for having me here today. As noted in the filings, Delmarva Power and Pepco are requesting the Commission approve the company goal scenario from both reports. The company goal scenario intends to prevent the backsliding of electric reliability for Maryland customers and maintain a high performance level that they deserve and should now be accustomed to. Pepco and Delmarva Power appreciate that Commission staff is recommending for the Commission to adopt Pepco and Delmarva Power's proposed company goal safety and SAIDI standards. Pepco and Delmarva Power also do realize that cost recovery to achieve these standards will be more appropriately focused in a separate forum. The Commission should reject OPC's recommendation to set the SAIDI and safety standards at the current 2023 level for 2024 standards through 2027 for both Delmarva Power and Pepco. By keeping these standards consistent through 2027 as OPC recommends, they in effect are advocating for Delmarva Power's flat reliability goal, which would keep Delmarva Power's performance consistent at a poorer level than what was just achieved last year in 2021. This move would also allow for Delmarva Power to drop back into the second quartile tier after working so hard to become a first quartile company. For Pepco, the effects of OPC's recommendation are worse. Over the last 4 years, Pepco's reliability has improved well into the first quartile. By keeping these standards consistent through 2027, they are advocating for Pepco's flat reliability goal as it had appeared for Delmarva, but rather Pepco's minimum cost goal. This action would signal a more severe case of reliability backsliding for the customers, which would go directly against Commission staff's recommendation. OPC's recommendation also appeared to be contrary to Montgomery County's comments on page 14 of their report, stating that continual improvement will not only lead to ongoing reliability benefits, but prevent the risk of backsliding where performance begins to decline due to relaxed standards or removal of higher targets and not just focus on flat cost or flat reliability goals. Furthermore, on pages 24 and 25 of their report, OPC states that Delmarva's standards are less strict than the actual performance demonstrated in 2021, comparing a standard of over 1 to an actual performance that we had just accomplished of 0.85. What OPC fails to see is that actual performance from 2021 cannot be compared to projected standards in 2027 because every standard proposed today consists of that planning margin that Mr. Borkowski talked about a little bit earlier. And this comparison, as a result, is not apples to apples. So I just wanted to bring that up and ensure that that's clear. If you refer to Delmarva Power's proposed safety standard, it is right in line with the record 0.85 safety that we just achieved last year. And finally, I'll just state with that they make no reference to Pepco because their standards project improved performance. So I'll just conclude with, given the hybrid work environment we now live in today, widespread reliability is now more important than ever. We need to ensure an increased reliance on electrification for a cleaner and brighter future for Maryland residents. And having said that, I'll conclude this presentation by asking the Commission to accept the company goal safety and SAIDI standards as recommended by Commission staff so that Maryland customers can retain this high level of reliability performance in a consistent manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zaccone. Is that it, Mr. McKeel?
It is, Your Honor. I mean, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have. And I would just say, again, with respect to the OPC comments, I think in some ways they misrepresent some of the customer perception surveys, but I think that the staff presentation on the results of the customer perception surveys was a little more even and balanced. So I would ask that the Commission look at those comments more favorably than what OPC has placed forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sakura.
It's actually up now.
Oh, okay. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. Beverly Sakura. On behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric, I am going to immediately turn to my left and let Mr. Butts take over.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to talk about our engineering standards, and I'm going to focus on safety. If you look at our SAIDI proposed standards, staff matched those standards, and OPC actually had standards that were more liberal, so I don't know if there's much controversy about those, so I'll focus my comments on safety instead of SAIDI. I'll recognize up front that staff and OPC recommended a safety level that is lower than what we recommended. So over the next few minutes, what I'm going to try to do is explain to you why we recommended those higher numbers and give you the justification, hopefully reasoning why that occurred. Before I get into that, though, I would like to talk about the difference between what the COMAR standard is and what actually is going to happen to our customers. What's the real-life experience for them? So if you look at our projected safety at BGE, we are expected to improve our safety every single year from now through 2027, a little bit each year. So from a customer perspective, they should expect to see, on average, improved reliability. So regardless of what we set the COMAR standard at, whether it's set at what OPC or staff sets it, or it's set at what we're setting it, they're going to experience that improved reliability. What this conversation is really about, it's about the planning margin. How much extra are we putting above those projections in order to have the utility meet those projections? So going back to what staff had commented about that planning margin, so what is it again? Well, if we were to set our COMAR standard at the projection, then we would probably fail that standard every 2 or 3 years. And I would hope that folks would say, you know, that's probably too much of a failure rate for us to accept. So what is the right failure rate? Is it once every 5 years? Is it once every 10 years? Maybe once every 20? The planning margin and how much you allow really drives how often you're going to fail the standard. And that's what this conversation is about. BGE is recommending a standard where we would fail 1 every 10 years, and OPC and staff are recommending a standard that would have us fail less than that. And I think we need to decide on what's the right number. Of course, we have our opinion in that matter. So with that, I would like to go ahead to the first slide. This right here shows you what our proposed standards are. So the first, see, it looks like yellow line up there, is our proposed standard 2024 through 2027 in safety. And you see that we go from 0.91 to 0.86. And as a reference, staff and OPC, they recommended 0.83 for each of those years. So there is a difference. If you look at the very last yellow line that says how often would that recommendation of ours cause a failure, you'll see the numbers 10.9, 10.4, 9.4, etc. You see that? That is 1 in every 10.9 years we'd fail in 2024, 1 in every 10.4 years in 2025, and so on. So we tried to pick a planning margin that would lead to a failure once every 10 years, or approximately. So that's the first thing. Now the second question is, does that meet the guidance by staff? Because they did provide guidance on how you pick a planning margin. And they asked us to pick margins that were 10 to 20% over the projection, so something in that range, and 1 to 2 standard deviations. And if you look at the middle two lines, that shows you what those numbers represent. So our planning margin with those numbers is 13%, and that meets the guidance by PSC staff. The other one is 1.3 for the standard deviation roughly for those years, and that also meets the recommendation by staff. So that's how we got to the numbers that we got. Now, what I'd like to do on the next slide.
Excuse me, Mr. Buss,
Oh, sure.
before you move forward, could you just make sure I'm on the same page with you? Explain failure rate to me.
Sure, yeah. So if, I'll start off with the projection. Let's say I'm going to project a safety of 0.8, right? In any given year, I might have more storms, in which case I'm probably going to exceed 0.8, or I could have less storms, and I'm going to be lower than 0.8. So if I set my goal at the projection, I'm probably going to fail that every couple of years or so, because storms are going to be bad, I'll get higher, and every couple of years I'll be better, right? Because storms will be better, I'll be lower. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Keep going.
Okay, I'll keep trying, okay.
Keep going.
So it's just variability, right? The odds are that sometimes you'll be above it, sometimes you'll be below it. If I'm above it, I've failed.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're basing it on meeting the safety goal, not by failure, meaning that there's some type of outage that's significant.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, if I wasn't clear on that, I apologize. Yeah, that's what that's saying is roughly 9 out of 10 years at these numbers that we're suggesting, we would meet the goal. 1 out of 10 years, we would fail the goal.
Okay.
That's what that was set at.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. So that's our standard. So what I'd like to do is compare that to what OPC and staff have recommended, and that's on the next slide. So again, focusing on safety, both of them recommended that we would have a 0.83 safety going out from 2024 through 2027. And then if you look at the chart below that, that shows you what the planning margins equate to. So I'll start at the bottom that talks about how often would you fail that particular standard. Well, in 2024, we would expect to fail that standard once every 3 years. Of course, we felt once every 10 years was more reasonable. Once every 3 years seems pretty aggressive. In 2025, it gets a little better to 3.8, and eventually you get to 5.8 in 2027. If you look at the margins, the middle two yellow rows, again, the guidance from staff was that we would have a planning margin between 10 and 20%. And you see that the only year in which we have a planning margin of 10% is 2027. Everything else is below that planning margin. Likewise, staff had recommended a standard deviation between 1 and 2, and that's that third row that's highlighted. We have a standard deviation of 0.44 to 0.95, which falls below 1. So while we do recognize that staff does not want us to go lower than our previous standard, and I completely understand that, it is putting us in a situation where we're actually not meeting the guidance that was given to us, and we feel that it's overly aggressive and that there is a high probability that we could fail. The last point that I would make is that if you look at this year, for example, this year has been a heavy storm year for us. We've had more storms this year than we have had in previous years. If we continue at this rate, and if we had a 0.83 like they're suggesting, there's a good chance we would not have made it this year. So that's the information that I wanted to present to you. And, I think there's one other slide. Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. My apologies. Okay, I think I covered the 2023 standard already in my comments. I'll just go on to additional considerations. So in the last MYP, we were asked to reduce our reliability spending. It was reduced from 9 to 10% depending on the year in capital, and 12 to 15% in O&M depending on the year. And that's going to make it even more challenging for us to meet these reliability targets. And again, I'll go back to my original comments. We're still planning to improve reliability every year for our customers. That's not going to change, even with the reduction in the spending. It really comes down to what do we feel is the right planning margin. So I'll end my comments there, and I'll open it up to questions.
So my question is this: whether you have a failure rate, depending on what planning margin you choose, one every 3 years, one every 5 years, one every 10 years, one every 20 years,
If that year is next year and we reduced your performance standard from this year, would you agree that's not an optic problem for us?
I can understand why you would think it would be an optic problem. I do. And we're just simply talking about what would be reasonable for the utility to try to achieve. Again, if I go back to the chart again, if you could go back to the next slide, yeah. Next year, if we did have the recommended standard by staff, we would have a 1 in 3 chance of not meeting the standard.
Yeah, we would have
Once every 3 years.
incrementally tried to make you improve, not go the other way. And if you have a bad year, I mean an abysmal year next year, and we've reduced your standard, that's a problem for us. Because we're going to be to blame for signaling to you. We send signals in a lot of ways. Sometimes it's with ROEs, sometimes it's with orders, sometimes it's verbally to people who may have offended us. We send signals in lots of ways. But this, we don't want to send a signal to the company it's okay to slide back a little bit. Do you see that?
I understand the perspective. I do. And the only comment I would make to that is that when it comes to the actual experience of the customers, that part's not going to change. We are still going to improve reliability for our customers.
Yeah, I know, but we have to operate in the best interest of the public. And we got people saying we're too close to the utilities as it is. They're wrong on that. They're dead wrong on that. We take our job very objectively and very seriously. But people write op-eds all the time and put out news releases all the time to the contrary. We got to be very careful and cognizant of that because we have to maintain trust in this institution. And when people are out there undermining trust in this institution, like some people currently are, then it all kind of starts to come unraveled.
I do understand the perspective. I do.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Secure?
Oh.
Commissioner Bubar.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I understand, when you say the customers, you're still going to strive for improved reliability.
Yeah.
But how can we measure that? If you're saying, well, it's improved reliability is still the goal, but if we go with something that kind of looks like it's backsliding, then there seems like there would be a disconnect between us understanding, well, is there improved reliability or not? But maybe I'm not grasping what you're saying.
Yeah, it's I think you're talking about the optics again. Yeah, quite frankly, yeah. I would say that, all of us, it's probably good if we agree upon what is a reasonable planning margin for our numbers. I think that's what it comes down to. And is 1 in 5 years, 1 in 10 years, is that where we want to be? But again, next year, if we do go with the current standard, we're 1 in 3 years, which is pretty challenging.
So is it fair to say, based on your last bullet on your slide deck, that the planning margin that you've proposed is achievable under your MYP?
Under our current MYP, that's correct. Yes.
And are you suggesting, obviously, the proposals that both staff and OPC have made would be more difficult? And we're not in the rate case now. I know this is not, you don't have this specific numbers in front of you, but are you suggesting that the numbers they've proposed are not achievable, or are they just more difficult?
There is a greater chance that we're going to fail those numbers, much greater chance.
And what would the source of the failure be?
Just having more severe weather in any given year, because that drives your safety number. Just more interruptions.
Because, as I think Mr. Burkowski explained earlier, when you're projecting, you're projecting based on kind of historically normal weather, and there is no such thing as normal weather. I mean, you're just looking at it statistically to say, okay, over the past 5 years, this has been the average, but you're always going to be better or worse than that. You plan to the average, but at a year that it's much worse than the average, that means more than likely we're going to miss the goal because we haven't put enough margin in from the average that we're basing it on.
Okay, now I'm just trying to reconcile the comment that the MYP and the Commission's order in the MYP, which reducing some reliability spending differences from what the company requested, could result in a different result under safety standard if we are adopting OPC or staff's proposal as opposed to yours. I'm trying to make sure I understand that it's because the weather is going to be there regardless of whether we had an MYP or not. So is there something unique about, I mean, obviously you're not going to have the capital that you wanted, but are you combining the two now, or help me to understand the distinction?
Yeah. So what we're basically saying is that you have less money. It's going to be more challenging to achieve the safety goal. We're still going to improve reliability, but it's going to be more challenging. We're not going to pull back. We're going to still go forward with what we recommended. But if you further reduce the goal to 0.83, then it's just going to make it that much harder to achieve it.
And I'll say that the weather and the reliability spending decreases that came out of MYP are kind of two different things. One area where spending was cut was in proactive cable replacements. So, not only are we going to have the variability of the storms, but because we aren't proactively replacing as much cable, you are adding in the fact that probably more people are going to experience an outage because their cable fails because we didn't proactively replace it. So you're kind of getting a double effect of, you've got that storm variability plus, we had been planning to, do a certain number of cable replacements. We're not going to be able to do that many. And so, there's going to be additional outages because of that, perhaps, and then you're just compounding it with the variability of the weather and not putting in enough of a cushion.
Can I jump in here? I asked permission from my fellow commissioner. The onus is on the utility, the monopoly, to provide safe and reliable service at a reasonable cost.
Right.
Whether we have these standards or not.
Correct.
That's your responsibility. So I'm not grasping, and it always grates on me when I hear utilities say, well, we're not going to provide as reliable or safe or economical service because you didn't allow something. That's your obligation. We'll do the prudency in the backside.
I think reliability, though, is not, that there is no single definition for reliability. OPC's definition of...
It's your obligation, period, and full stop.
Correct, but OPC's consultants and OPC has recommended that they believe that reliable service means you don't do any work proactively, and when something fails, that's when you replace it.
Well,
we don't believe in that.
I'm not taking up OPC's position.
Right, but there's a balance between as reliable as possible and how much you spend. We could replace 100.
I heard you pointing the finger at us.
I'm not pointing a finger.
Your obligation, right?
It is, but when we have certain plans, I guess to say that when we set the standards 4 years ago for the 2020 to 2023 goals, it was based on a set of spending. We agreed on the spending at that time, what we thought it was going to take to achieve that. In the MYP, that was cut. So we're achieving the same level of reliability with less money.
And when we ultimately approve this 4-year plan, we're not doing a prudency review. This is very clear. Let me make it very clear. We're not cutting anything when we do the MYP prudency review because we're not approving that ahead of time of a rate case. We can't.
I understand that, but if we plan to spend a certain amount of money to achieve a certain level of reliability, and we then don't have that same amount of money, it's difficult to expect us to still achieve that same level.
Well, that's why I hear you pointing the finger at us. It's your obligation. It's your burden, not ours. Sorry.
I guess then we just ask, that makes, though, the planning margin that much more critical because it was not meant to be a blaming or pointing the finger. Is simply to explain the facts of what we're facing. If we don't have the same money and we're having to do other things to find this, and then on top of it, you're expecting us to achieve or to work within a planning margin that is significantly lower than what your own staff has recommended be optimal, I think you just need to understand that we will probably miss the standard more times than we otherwise would.
I think you just need to understand we'll hold you accountable to that, which
And
is our
that's fine.
job.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now bring up Potomac Electric and Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Excuse me, Potomac Edison and Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Okay, Mr. Trout, you going first?
Yes, thank you. Although we're hoping to be pretty brief.
We share that, sir.
Because we agree with respect to the reliability standards, we agree with staff's analysis and conclusions. I think even OPC arrived at functionally the same result. And with respect to the rulemaking to be, which was previewed in the last part of staff's presentation today, we believe the staff ran an extremely efficient and effective work group. They covered a great amount of ground in a short period of time, and took significant input from all of the stakeholders and reached a very large level of consensus. So while there may be some skirmishing around the edges when we actually get to the rulemaking, for today's purposes, we have nothing but praise for that rulemaking process. With respect to the reliability standards for Potomac Edison, Mr. McGettigan and Mr. Bedard, who was not at the table earlier, I'll introduce him now. David Bedard, he's our manager of engineering. And they have one or two things to say, and then we are here to answer your questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Trout.
Good afternoon. You have our filed standards for 2024 to 2027. We do agree with staff's analysis and proposal and the recommendations. I do want to point out that in the SADI planning section, our calculated SADI should have been 151. We're recommending 142. That's kind of a carryover from back in 2012 when we converted the standard to IEEE. So it's lower than what the calculated value should be. I just wanted to point out that we are willing to accept that risk. With that, we are available for any questions that you might have.
Very good. Mr. McGettigan, anything?
Nothing additional.
Okay, good. Any questions from the bench? No? Okay. Very good. Thank you to PE. We'll now go to Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I see Mr. Quinn has come to the table with Mr. Regal. So
I certainly have, Your Honor. Thank you. Nice to see you all. Brian Quinn here today representing Smacko. With me is Herb Regal, the VP of System Planning and Engineering for the cooperative. If we could, I'm going to turn it over to Herb first. We have two topics to cover, Mr. Chairman. Herb's going to talk about the next cycle, our pending 24 to 27 cycle reliability standards. He has a couple things to say on that, and we'll take your questions. And then they've left to me the discussion of understand this isn't a rulemaking, but would like to talk about our comments on the proposed staff changes.
Mr. Quinn, are you outside counsel for
Yes,
the
sir.
cooperative?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I'm a lawyer with the Venable firm here today representing Smacko.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Regal.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And, Commissioners, again, I have a very brief statement regarding our 24 to 27 reliability targets report. But before I get into that statement, I did want to take a moment to confirm to this commission a statement was made by staff prior to lunch with respect to Smackos being forthright with sharing information. And I want to just make sure that the commissioners heard it from me directly, that Smackos is very open, and their books are and always have been open to providing whatever data that the commission or staff requests. We do have a very good working relationship with both the chief engineer and his staff, and when we get a data request, we always respond to that data request very promptly with the information requested. Perhaps it was just poorly chosen words in a statement made before lunch, or maybe perceived just the wrong way. I just want to make sure that I cleared the air of any potential misconceptions that the commission might have with respect to Smackos sharing data with the commission and its staff.
Yes, I appreciate you saying that. Sometimes we'll ask questions from the bench, and it's hard to get a direct answer. So, not just from Smecco, but from a broad array of people who, in the legislature, people do that all the time, and I got a very good, well-honed detector down there, knowing when someone was avoiding my line of question. So, we're doing the people's work. We need your help.
Awesome. We're here to do just that.
Okay.
So moving on, again, a brief statement with respect to our filed reliability target report. Smeco does believe its planning, construction, operational practices continue to provide a good balance between our cost and reliability, and a lot of that is evidenced in the recent customer perception survey that was discussed prior to lunch, and additional information that's provided within our filing. Overall, Smeco's system safety and safety reliability indice target numbers have consistently improved since the first 2012 COMAR reporting requirements were established. Smeco does expect that this trend will continue through the next 4-year cycle, but we do see this trend beginning to level off as additional reliability improvement initiatives are hard to achieve and do come at a potentially higher cost. So with that respect, I think we are kind of more in line with OPC's recommendation as to where they stand with respect to the next 4-year cycle. Smeco is starting to experience that same type of leveling off effect in our numbers as well. That basically is the short version of the statement I have for you today, and as Mr. Quinn had indicated, we're here to answer any questions that you or the commissioners may have with respect to this filing.
We already took up the one question I was going to ask about, so anybody else?
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you to the cooperative for being here. As I said earlier, everybody's improving their performance with regard to reliability, and we feel it across the state. And I think the citizens appreciate it. You know, there may be pockets here or there that get repeat interruptions, but generally, I think it's widely acknowledged that reliability performance has improved across the board. So, thank you. We'll now hear from the Office of People's Counsel while OPC is coming
Mr. Chairman, it's Mr. Quinn again.
Oh.
I was
I'm
probably
sorry.
should quit when I should learn to take yes for an answer, but we did file, you saw my lovely letter, we filed some comments on staff's proposed COMAR changes.
Okay.
And the commission's notice for this hearing actually asked companies to file comments. We happen to be the only one that did. And if the risk of going on, I could give you a minute summary.
No, that's fine, Mr. Quinn. I genuinely thought you were done. I didn't realize you had more, so please.
Well,
please.
and if you don't have any questions about our letter, it speaks for itself. And again, I understand that this is not a rulemaking. There'll be an additional time for that. But when the notice asked for comments, that's why we provided them. And you'll see we also went on a little bit of background in the comments I filed because Commissioner Bubar and other, you just for your benefit, we thought it was helpful to see the history here of these regulations. And these current safety and safety regulations now, as that section of COMAR sits today, requires the companies to collect data, file annual reports, and then file these 3-year or 4-year cycle standards going forward. The changes, and respectfully, the changes the staff engineering proposing now are for the first time to actually mandate some planning processes. And as we say in our letter, unlike the investor-owned utility, Smeco just doesn't have the engineering or analytical software capabilities at present to prepare a planning margin in the way that staff would like to see it. And it was interesting, I listened closely today to the discussions about planning margin, a lot of engineering speak, a lot of statistical data, but it's really just a theoretical projection. I mean, that's what it is. And staff has been terrific. We've met with them for years, and they understand that we don't have the capability of doing this right now. And it's not an easy capability to obtain. It's going to cost money and take some time. And that's why we had some objections to the planning margin discussion. Again, at the end of the day, you could have a planning margin that meets one or two statistical deviations, and I was interested to hear your conversation with BGE. But if you don't hit your SAIDI and safety numbers, you either hit them or you don't. So a planning margin, we understand it's important. We understand why staff wants it, but we just wanted an opportunity to explain to you why we have an issue with it, and we'll take it up when the regulations are promulgated. But that was the reason you see me here today, and you got to read my lovely letter. So with that, just here if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Quinn? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank
and
you, sir.
I apologize.
No apology necessary.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hoover?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Fred Hoover on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. As has been stated earlier, OPC recommends that the commission reject the enhanced reliability standards that the Exelon utilities have proposed under the company goal scenario. Our view is that the projected reliability improvements are not worth the associated rate increases for customers. The reliability that the utilities project under the minimum cost standards would still meet the COMAR standards. Therefore, OPC is recommending no change to the COMAR standards for both the interruption duration standard and the reliability performance standards, the SAIDI and safety standards, from the 2023 standard for the years 24 through 27. Our concern is that while the Exelon Utilities talked about their concern over diminishment of reliability, our concern is over how much it's going to cost to achieve the reliability under the standards that they are proposing for their company goal. Our estimate is that it will cost those three utilities over $600 million in incremental capital for the years 24, 27, and we think the trade-off between the amount of money that would be required they would have to spend to achieve those reliability standards is not worth the incremental adjustments in reliability that you would see as a result of that. So in our view, it's just not worth the squeeze that they've been proposing. And our concern is that even though the commission is not going to be approving actual spending levels in this proceeding, if you set those higher standards are going to be driving the proposals, as you heard from BG&E in particular. I mean, if you set those higher targets, they are going to be asking for money from ratepayers to pay for all that. And so when those proceedings occur, then the companies are going to say, well, we spent this money because you told us we had to spend this money to achieve these targets. And it's our concern that this is just too much money under this short period of time for too small a return for that. Now, if I could...
Mr. Hoover, can I ask you a question there? Didn't we prove that's not true in the BG&E rate case?
Well, again, I'm not saying that, just because you set a target and they spend the money that you're going to hand it over to them in the next rate case. I understand how the process works. I've been here a fairly long time. But my concern is that, the argument's going to be that, we needed to do this in order to maintain the reliability that you asked us to do. So,
part of why I had the exchange.
Sure,
I get on the record that that's not how it works.
And I understand it, but our concern is that, that's not going to and as they said, they're not going to hesitate to ask for this money. I'm not saying that you're going to agree with that and give them the money.
I can predict what they're going to come in with in the next rate case for a requested ROE, and I can predict what you're going to come in with in a projected ROE, and I can very reasonably predict the ballpark we're going to be in.
Sure, I understand that. So, but again, our concern is that setting these higher targets, provides the incentive, quite honestly, for them to seek these higher amounts of money for reliability that we just don't think is going to be there. And we're not, our view is that this concern about backsliding, that you're not going to see the deterioration in the reliability standards. This commission has set up a fairly effective process in this RM43 docket to review reliability activities on the part of utilities, scrutinize it by what staff does with in looking at the reports and getting the information from the utilities, and then this proceeding to oversee all that. That process is working, and so we think that if it's not broke, don't fix it. Now, one thing, I wanted to address something that came up earlier during the staff's presentation about this ICE calculator situation. The chief engineer had indicated that OPC had concerns about the current ICE calculator as a useful device in order to make these cost-benefit analysis, and that's true. And we also have concerns about the future ICE calculator, as to whether or not that's actually going to be useful, but more importantly, how soon it's going to get here. But we did not ask, and we're not advocating for a, quote, Maryland-specific ICE calculator. The issue that we've been driving at in all of these proceedings is trying to come up with some way to determine what customers would be willing to pay for increased reliability. And our concern is that the questions asked on the customer perception surveys get a taste of that, but you'll notice that all the responses that said that people would be willing to pay for increased reliability always ended with the phrase, dependent on the amount. And so we don't know what customers think that amount should be. Obviously there's, probably one response if it's a nickel. There's another response if it's $5 a month. And so our thought is that we needed to get more specific information from Maryland customers about what they would be willing to pay for what level of reliability. And the mechanism that we had advocated to best do that, instead of asking questions within a long, multi-question survey on a topic that would require some amount of education and background information before you got a really cogent response from the person you're asking the questions of, is to do what's done in the polling industry of a focus group, where you would get a small selected group of customers, provide the necessary background information, and then provide them the various scenarios, and that'll achieve the type of information that would actually be useful in making a determination of what customers are willing to pay for an increase in reliability. And, the commission didn't, accept our earlier proposal to spend some money to do that, but that's actually what we're talking about. We're not talking about a, quote, Maryland-specific ICE calculator. And trying to think. Oh, the only other thing I would end with is we did participate in the RM43 working group. While we have disputes with the some of the staff's recommendations on the reliability standards going forward, we are in accord with the recommendations they made for a future rulemaking process and to adjust the COMAR standards on those parts of it. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Any questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you for all that. I wanted to make sure I understood kind of what the argument that you're making or what you're putting on the table in terms of the trade-offs between the potential for additional increases in rates to be asked for versus the increase in reliability.
Right.
Are you saying that, and of course, as Commissioner O'Donnell said, we'll take that up when we get it, and hopefully there's confidence in our ability to do a good prudence review. But I just want to better understand your perspective on the current reliability. And are you saying it's good enough and therefore we don't need
Right.
to do anything to improve it because it might cost money?
No, what we're saying is that the current process that we have and the current standards we have, we think are assuring a level of reliability that customers are comfortable with. And that this is not a situation where you necessarily need to be constantly increasing the standards. And because we're getting to a point of so-called diminishing returns, where the amount of reliability you might get from that increasing standard isn't worth the amount of money it's going to cost in capital investments and new equipment that the companies would have to do in order to get that. That we've done, there was a problem, as Commissioner O'Donnell alluded to, there was a problem historically of just, basic reliability. And so that's why this whole process got created. And our thought is this process has worked, is working, and maintaining the standard that's set for 2023 for those companies will work. I mean, it's what's going to be done for Potomac Edison, for Smeco. Our thought is the same thing needs to apply to BG&E, Pepco, and Delmarva.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
Sure. All right, well, it looks like that concludes our agenda. Are there any other parties in the room who would wish to be heard on any of this material? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and we'll conclude these. There will be an order that comes out. There will be maybe after a petition, a notice of some other proceedings later, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to them. But thank you all for your contribution today. Thank you all for being here. Have a great day.